No, 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 no. Logic, Eminem, I love you, but not this morning. Not this morning. Let's try again, shall we? Gotta get some coffee, boys and girls. I'll be live in 2. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's do this, shall we? Good morning, boys and girls. Good mornings, good mornings. Who's looking good on the dance floor today then, shall we see? Shall we, shall we? Big day today! I'm excited, much excited. I'm like a kid in a sweet shop. Alright, thank you, Arctic Monkeys. Appreciate the intro. Let's turn you down just a touch. Yeah, big day today. Likely to see some pretty explosive sales of stuff today. Today's going to be probably one of the biggest market swings in prices that we'll see. With Mythic Plus opening up, the Mythic Raid kicking off, things are getting serious. First people are getting their vaults. People might start actually getting some gear they, you know, quote unquote care about. And when people care about their gear, guess what they do? They gem it, they enchant it, they do all of the good things to make that gear even stronger. And that is, for the most part, what a lot of people have been working towards being able to produce pretty effectively the last couple of weeks with their crafting professions, so it could be good. Howdy, howdy, Mr. Streamer. My approach to gold making in the war within is clearly the wrong one. Sold any gems yet, Kieran? Sold any gems? Any gems? Any of those rank 3 gems yet? Oh dear, you'll be fine. Oh my god, my coffee's still cooking. But, coffee's still cooking, but my apple juice, I don't know if you can quite see this. My apple juice is actually, ignore the scratching dog here, but my apple juice is still actually frozen. It's like a slushy. I know I have my apple juice in a big fancy glass. It's not wine, I swear. It's pure apple juice. It's my homegrown stuff, but we freeze a bunch of it, and I took it out the freezer last night. Clearly, it's not. Does look a little bit like cider. Thought we were having a pint there from. No, not this early. Not this early. Saranuva, welcome in, by the way. Good to see you. Been making a killing on the whetstones in NA all day long. Didn't they change those? Don't they dish out a bunch more than previously suggested? Because they were stupid expensive because they used null stones, right? Haven't they changed them so they give you like 3 or 4 of them or something now? Hang on. I guarantee there's a Wowhead post telling me the answer to this. Wait, what? Liquid of 4 bosses deep already? Holy shit. This race is going to be over tomorrow. Has Liquid just gone ham? They gone to town before Team EU's even woken up? Holy shit. Okay, I can't find the answer I'm looking for here. Somebody will probably tell me. Is it 4x now? Is that what it is? What's that done to the, what's that done or what's that likely to do to null stones?
My directive is to serve you.
It's ramped the price of null stones. Of course it has.
Hello
of course
there.
It has. Pushed null stones up to already nearly 6k this morning. There's clearly some shenanigans at play there for sure. Ha! This is probably what actually happened. Did somebody buy like literally the entire market of null stones and reset them? Yeah, there's only 5,500 null stones up until nearly 9k. Okay. Question is do I have any null stones? I don't think I have any null stones. This could be a bad day in the office if I don't have any null stones. See, now that's a lie. I swear I bought some of these. Now I'm getting frozen apple juice everywhere. Christ. Open my vault? You assume there's anything interesting in my vault. You are funny. I don't play the game. You crazy? What's in my vault then? Should we find out? That's not even the right place. It's in the bank, isn't it? See? There's me not even knowing where the flipping thing is. Is it in there? Is it the back of the bank? Oh yeah, where the crowd of people is, I'm sure. Recovering my streak now, except it will reset tomorrow. Are you not here tomorrow? Oh, I hope I banned the right person there. Whoops. Well, I think I did. Right, moment of truth. It's in me vault. I don't think I really... I think I did like 2 dungeons, 1 delve, and I think I did raid finder. I don't think I did anything particularly fancy. What do we got then? If we go purely by item level, 593. I mean, that's technically my biggest upgrade, I guess. Although, would it not make some sense for me to pick up a piece of set, even if it's like a low tier piece of set? Probably, right? Veteran 1 of 8, Veteran 2 of 8, Veteran 1 of 8. The Spunking Candle. I mean, set is clearly the play, right? Even though it's not the item level. Sure, whatever. We'll go with set. What's the 2-piece set do? Barbed shot further increases your pet's attack speed. Your pet's attacks have a 10% chance to increase all pet damage you deal by 10%. So, basically 100% passives. Okay, cool, sure. What's a pristine council seal? Hello? An old icon found within Dorganal's Great Vault was never available to players. Well, it definitely is. It's in my hand. Hello? Oh, is that just the token to say I've opened a vault? Is that what this is? They needed to track it with some sort of token this time around. Okay.
Foundation.
Sure. Alright, there we go. Dad's funeral tomorrow. May have to leave before the stream starts. Oh, well, my condolences. In that scenario, then, unfortunately, the streak will end. But it's an important day all the same. Time Walking Week. Lots of entry gear catch up to be sold. Probably. There's like basic, easy to get LFR raid drops and stuff might be good this next few weeks as well. So, Tinderboxes peaked at over 10k in NA today. They've been raising at the same rate for you guys. The Tinderbox market's been relatively civilized.
I have calibrated my prices to be
Is it something I track on this dude? Probably not. Tinderbox. Relatively civilized. No massive explosions in prices, at least not yet. There's clearly some stuff going on here.
Is that your wallet?
But I would
Gee,
say
just
there's
glad
not
to
a
see
huge
you.
amount of them.
Both, I hope.
It's not a huge amount of them. Technically, we're at the point where if you were buying them a couple of weeks ago for like 5k a piece, you are now reselling them at a profit. Not quite doubling your money, especially after the auction house has its cut. But I mean, it's, you know, summon. Summon is always summon, right?
My thanks for your patience.
Plus, I've also had some reports that people are starting to spot the flickers on their patron orders, not just the glimmers. Glimmers give you 2 knowledge points. The flickers give you 1. I wonder if this dude's got any, because I've not really done professions on this fella yet in any popular fashion. Glimmer, glimmer, glimmer. Maybe I'm still just getting glimmers due to being so far behind. Maybe it'll be that people start getting... Maybe glimmers are actually the catch-up, and that the flickers are what you get when you are pushing week by week. Oh! No, you're right. This top one is a flicker, look. It's just that the add-on, either I haven't updated the add-on or the add-on's not updated, one of the two. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's just, okay. It's, sure. It's the only thing that the recipe gives you. Okay. Now, it could be one of two things, right? It could technically be that the glimmers are actually the catch-up. Now that we are so far through our professions, or enough time has passed, maybe the actual default becomes the flickers. That you get glimmers up until a certain point, and then flickers is your actual weekly progression. Because it's felt to me like we've gained technically too many knowledge points per week. Like week 1 we had 20 plus knowledge points or something absolutely outrageous. Yeah, imagine having to pay 50k for a knowledge point though. This I think is going to be just as much of a frustration, I think, to some people as not having a catch-up system. That if the catch-up system is going to end up being just stupid level expensive, people are going to be like, well, fuck you, game. Like, what is this about? Like, I thought catch-up was meant to be something for me to catch up, and then people are going to turn around and be like, well, catch-up, they said catch-up, they never said free catch-up. You got to pay for that catch-up. Could be a tough one. Gold leaving the economy, indeed. Yeah, should we open a mailbox from yesterday? This isn't all of yesterday's mailbox. This is just the tail end of yesterday's mailbox. Yesterday evening, obviously we did a whole bunch of crafting yesterday. Yesterday evening, I think I was averaging 2 to 3 million gold an hour, just casually selling stuff on the auction house. Pretty wild. What that has meant though is that I don't have anywhere near as much stock as I expected to sell today. I mean, you know, terrible problem to be in, right? What a tragic position to be in, that you've accidentally already sold half your stuff. What we got going on here then? Prices look odd. Why are we not posting half the stuff? Prices look, I guess we'll use the word acceptable. We can do acceptable.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Mr. Norton with a tier 1, thank you very much, my friend. I do appreciate it. And also Aerotech with the tier 1 as well. Thank you, thank you. Good morning to you both. Alright, well I guess if we're going to continue selling stuff at a rapid pace, we need to continue crafting stuff at a rapid pace. So maybe we should get on that nice and fast this morning. Has this dude got... Move your big stupid dinosaur out the way. Is my coffee ready yet? My coffee should be done by now. Ha! Okay, so no patron orders have refreshed for this dude. But it does seem to be that some flickers have started popping up for some characters. Maybe this guy is still cutting edge. Although it doesn't even say the weekly... Is that all the weekly stuff that you get as a jewel crafter? Knowledge book, patron orders, treasures. Yeah, I suppose that is literally it, isn't it? You do your weekly tasks actually account for like basically nothing. Right. Grab you. Start working on that. No rush particularly. This dude's now full build prospecting. Not that I've actually put it to really much use. I was kind of hoping prospecting would be more juicy than it has been. Much like what often happens with jewel crafting, it's basically summed down to he who gets the cheapest ore wins. I have, though, nearly maxed out glasswork. I was hoping to get the last 8 points in shaping so that I could actually mass produce some quality 3 vials for my alchemist, and in theory, hopefully, possibly, maybe craft them cheaper than what they're being sold for to, you know, help share the savings across some of my toons. That might not happen if we don't get... How many points do I need to make that actually happen? I need 6 more skill points, which doesn't technically mean I need this capped, but I basically need this capped. I need 6 points in here, don't I? 6 points is conveniently 2, 4, 6, 7 points. Do I do that? Do we get this guy making some vials for my alchemist? I think that's probably a smart move. Means I have to piss around with treasures. Let's get that done nice and fast. See if we can find some dirt piles before everybody else does. In fact, you know what? We'll go one step further. If we put war mode on, that'll put us in a different phase. There should hopefully be more things knocking about. Keep your eyes open for purple shinies. Got a lot to do today.
Our miners had to leave
Need
their
this to be
tools
quick.
behind when the Nerubians attacked.
Need 6
Please
quick
retrieve
jewel
them.
crafting knowledge points. Welcome in though, Kahani. Good morning, good morning. Put war mode on, he says. Find more dirt piles, he says. I really did hope after Dragonflight we'd stop having to hunt down dirt piles, but for my professions that are on the cutting edge of knowledge points, I need to hold and maintain that value. Not that there's much value because this dude's prospecting, but the fact that I'm very quickly finding a second use for him. There's one. What? 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 Hello? Let me press buttons. Ignore. Oh my god. None of my buttons worked. What's going on here? I'm probably dead. Probably dead. Dead. The Christ on a bicycle app in there. Maybe we take this as an opportunity to update the add-ons, maybe. I can live without dirt piles, thanks, Biz. Yeah, you and me both. No, stop saying modified and update. Oh, well, that's fine. Right, let's grab some coffee. Don't run over the dog. Oh, update to Craft Sim. What's Craft Sim saying? The Craft queue now supports work orders. Oh, yeah, you were talking about that yesterday. Sold so many of my rank 3 chest enchants today, all from concentration ults. Good time to be a goal maker today, I reckon. Student, do student things. It's going to be time soon, I think, to actually start looking at these ults and getting something set up. My desire is to milk my main 8 crafters for everything they're worth as fast as possible, as much as possible. Whilst the advantage is there to be had, I'm going to take it. But as soon as the profits start dying off, give it a week or two, I might start thinking about setting up some of these ults. I'm in a weird position right now where I kind of don't have enough hours in the day. It's a nice position to be in, but why did that not actually give me the knowledge points? Oh, it did. There we go. It's a nice position to be in. Yoink. Oh, already opened. Yeah, it's a nice position to be in. So I want to take full advantage of the fact that I've got a bunch of characters that are literally on the bleeding edge. Because it's not going to last forever. So I should probably milk it for as long as it's got. But concentration ults are clearly like the long-term play. I'm playing very short-term right now. Now, of course, these, you know, bleeding edge crafters will also have use for concentration as well. So I just don't actually use concentration on them for goal making very much. I tend to save my concentration so that if a bunch of patron orders come round, I absolutely 100% don't miss a single knowledge point. At the potential cost of not using that concentration for something better. But does concentration grow if you regrow if you drop the profession? Good question. No idea. Not really willing to test. Was that both my... Okay, that was both of those. So I have a dual crafting book. That, if maths... Oh, well, no, wait, that's only 5 points. What did I say I needed? Am I literally 1 point away? I'm literally 1 point away, you absolute scumbag of a game. Well, I guess we're going to need to do 2 work orders then. Oh, that's not good on my teeth. Apple slushy. Ooh. That's why I don't eat ice cream. Were any of those orders worth doing? Let's have a little look. Actually, I can tell you categorically one thing that's not going to happen is we're not going to sell shit if we don't post it. If we don't post stuff, we don't sell stuff. Simple rule. I was going to say that, no ping sounds. I don't know what version of the game you're actually hearing. You're probably not going to hear the ping sounds. There we go. There we go. Money! Show me the money! There is no way I'm making an inverted prism for you, Millhouse. Fuck off. Nor am I going to make you a stupid deadly amber, Millhouse. Do I need the artisan's acuity? I don't think I do. I don't need artisan's acuity for anything. Do I need it for a second tool, maybe? My first tool isn't all that hot. Do I need a multi-craft tool for these? I am going to need a multi-craft tool for making these as well, aren't I? I've just realised. So maybe I did need the artisan's acuity. Well, maybe I'm not in that much of a rush then. So I might not actually be able to make vials particularly effectively. All the same. Might this be a slightly longer work in progress? I think it might. I'm not going to have the acuity for a second tool. Okay. Sure. Alright, well in that case I don't need to stress. We can leave Ranthius where he is. He can do his thing. He can come back and prospect this ore if we have a spare hour in the day to do it. Right now though, we don't have too many spare hours in the day. You can get personal slushy machines now. Bring on the margaritas. Oh my god, don't tempt me. Love a good margarita, me. Love a good margarita. Can farm BOE in Mythic? I got one item and it's bind on pickup, not bind on equip. Well, in that case, I'd assume no. I think there probably will be BOE Mythics. There usually is. What they often do, though, is they turn them off for the first couple of weeks, which is mostly due to the Race to World First. They're not having the desire to funnel them all to their characters. You'll also be getting Uwu gear. The what is it? Warband until equipped gear, which is a happy medium between bind on pickup and bind on equip, I guess. Let's grab our... This is blacksmithing, so let's grab...
I've been expecting you.
weekly order quest. Pop one of those. Gonna need to get a few more of those, I think. Now let's see if blacksmithing's got any goodies for me. Any fun stuff? My ever-burning ignitions, I've got 8 of them already. I have a sneaky suspicion I might burn through most of these today. If everything goes to plan, we might absolutely chunk through these. Oh, I've got 4 null stones here. That's not going to get me very far, is it? Oh no, wait, hang on. Haha, I knew I bought some null stones. I've got a stack of 1,000 null stones just chilling over here. I knew I bought some. I knew I wasn't going mad. I might change my I might change to game capture mode rather than screen capture mode. That way you guys can potentially see the sales chunk in as they happen as well. Oop, sorry dog. Dog under my feet. Can I easily do that? Probably not very easily. Let me... This is also probably not the smartest thing to do whilst streaming. Turn you off for a minute. Hang on, hang on.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Please hold. Please hold. Let's grab...
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
that one. That's the auction house. Game capture. Wow. Why has that not worked? Okay. Okay. It doesn't work. What I'm trying to do doesn't work. Maybe this wasn't the time to try this. Maybe this wasn't the time to try this. No, screw it. Oh, no, wait. Literally the second I say, no, screw it, it then works. Oh god. Oh god. Now they're named the wrong thing. Professional streamer, by the way. I don't know if you guys can see that, to be honest. Not to mention Zygore's now in the way. We shouldn't have tested this live, should we? That was a crazy idea. But now I don't need to bring this back on screen. Now I can do stuff over here and you can actually see it. It's kind of smart. Kind of smart, but I don't know. I don't know how smart it is. We'll see. If it works, it works. You probably won't notice any difference unless you got it full screened anyway. Anonymous with the 2 gifts as well, by the way. Thank you very much. They snuck in as I was tinkering. Appreciate that. Thank you. Crafting orders. Bless me kindly, please. A catch up on an item that I don't have the recipe for. Wow, that's ingenious, that isn't it? Doesn't matter how much it costs to make. If you don't own the recipe, it's not going to help you. This is why I am not convinced that this is a catch-up system that was well thought out. It was my very first thing that I said about this, was that it seems far too random to be an actual, you know, useful catch-up system. It's clearly proving itself quite well. Not only that, it would cost me 35,000 gold to make the damn thing for 1 knowledge point. So you can also get bent. That's a no-go. Not happening. Right, well, in that case then, let's go see if we need to make any more alloys. I think I'm doing alright on Sanctifieds, but Charged, Core, and Iron Claw
I have an extended
could probably
supply
do with
of
some love
goods
on them.
for outlanders.
Or at the very least, we could probably do with maybe buying some mats to craft up later today if needs be.
My directive has been fulfilled.
That wasn't what I requested.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Let's have a little looky then, shall we? Core alloys, go. What's the add-on displaying the commission and the reagents? Yeah, no mats, no make. These are not looking particularly spicy. Somebody's done... Bismuth is quite expensive at the moment. It's a little bit above average right now. And this is not the area where you want to be paying above average. That said, how above average do we reckon above average is going to go today? And is it better to have some at above average prices? Could you please consider hiring an officer for the guild? I know there's players waiting. Yes, you are absolutely spot on there, by the way. See, here's the problem. Bismuth was down to like 230, 240 yesterday. Buying any of this now, you are paying a monster of a premium. But I'm greatly concerned that that premium is going to only go up throughout the day. So, is it something to where I want something to be able to sell or not? That's the question. Do I not have a single core alloy at Q3 on me?
My thanks for your patronage.
Is this a whisper indicating that you want an invite? I can always invite you on the fly. Hang on, can I do this? I'm going to read between those lines. I've tried to set all of my characters as officer, but for some reason the game won't let me. So maybe I need to hire a few more regular online fellas to do the same. That's distracting me. What was I doing? Let's grab these. Since I went gear crafting, I have no real issues with the patron orders. Also, tailoring is kind of cheap.
I have an extended
Yeah, it's funny,
supply
isn't it?
of
My initial thoughts was that I wonder if tailoring is going to be more expensive than usual, due to tailors being the only ones that can gather the cloth. Turns out it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. Turns out that tailors were probably the only ones that actually sold their cloth all along anyway. Meaning that it's not really made a blind bit of difference. Not made an ounce of difference. Q2s we can probably squeeze, sorry, quality 3 iron claws, we can probably squeeze some money out of those. As it stands right now, it's a touch risky business though, so there's already plenty of them. I thought I stocked up on plenty of these yesterday, turns out I definitely didn't. Nullstones going up almost 1,000 gold. Tinderboxes staying relatively where they are, but the cost of the cost of core alloys going up has not helped the sanctified alloy market. There is very few quality 1 and quality 2 sanctified alloys though. It's really wild to me that people buy quality 2 sanctified alloys when there's like 500 gold difference. If you're spending 5.7k in the first place, just buy the top tier ones. Give your crafter an easier time, but apparently sanctified alloys at quality 2 fly off the shelves as well, which is crazy to me. But you ain't never going to reset the price of quality 2s to higher than the price of quality 3s. Then all you're doing is putting... That just doesn't make sense. It's all those farming moonkins picking up tailoring. Well, it's probably got something to do with it, yeah. See, this is the weird thing, right? Q2 alloys are more profitable. Q2 sanctified alloys are technically more profitable because they have substantially cheaper costs from the core alloys. You go from a 2.2k cost down to a 310k cost. So you're saving nearly 2,000 gold on the crafting cost by making them at Q2, yet for some reason you still are able to sell them nearly for the same price, which baffles me. That doesn't make any logical sense to me. But, honest truth here, I don't think I'm too bothered about spending big on these right now. Other than I know I've got some nullstones set aside. I would need to buy some tinderboxes. And at 8.5, well, it's not even 8.5, is it? It's 9k comfortably before you can get any. I'm not too bothered about sanctified alloys right now, I don't think. What about low tier core alloys though? Is there money in low tier ones? Oh my god, there's money in the low tier ones. There's money in the low tier ones. 400k for 1,000. Yeah, there's money in them.
Peruse my inventory again.
We'll craft some of those up then first. It's our first mission of the day.
My directive is to serve you. My thanks for your patronage.
Right, let's make sure we get all this the right way around. Let's make sure that we have everything aligned, because you mess this up and it goes horribly wrong. We're doing Q1s, we're turning Q1 into Q2. There's no real value in doing anything fancy over here particularly. All your finishing reagents are going to jack the price up way too high. Far too cheap of an item to be using finishing reagents. That said, we need a quick hands potion, we need an ambidextry potion, we need an ever burning ignition, and then we click go. And we produce as many of these as we can. Might only be 10% profits, but you know, 43 gold per craft. Doesn't craft particularly quickly, which is a shame, but you know, money's money. It all counts. Right, let's get a repost going on over here. Don't seem to have any issue selling anything this morning though, which is nice. No issues whatsoever. I'm not convinced I've got anywhere near enough stuff to sell today. I guess what actually I've just realised, while it's cool that you can kind of see this in the corner now, I've also sort of just kind of maybe possibly realised that you probably can't see anything that's actually on it in any detail. Nor can I now bring this over here and full screen it so you guys can actually see it. I don't like this new setup. I don't like the way this works. I'd have to go into OBS and I'd have to click this and I'd have to do things like this. And that just feels weird. Because then when I do that, it goes all wrong. I don't like this solution. I thought this was going to be cool, that you'll have the auction house kind of permanently on the screen. The reality is I don't think it works. I don't think I like it. We're going to go back to the old version. Boop, boop, boop. That way I can just bring this over here. Boom. Job done. Ratha's spear is flying. Yeah, I suspect herbs will do pretty well today. Quite sure herbs will do quite well today. I'm wondering if I should get in nice and early on. Well, it's already too late technically on the herb front, but I have some flasks to sell. Not as many as I think I need though. But turnover is good right now, so we can't complain too much. Yeah, this is deceptive, isn't it? 43 gold per craft, but it's actually really slow. If you were to do the same with like tailoring right now, not only is the per craft time significantly faster, meaning you squeeze in a lot more crafts per hour, but in many cases the actual profit per craft is higher also. This is why I'm probably not going to spend too long doing blacksmithing unless the prices really develop nicely. I don't know why, but ingots has been, in my opinion, I think ingots has been probably the most competitively priced market, full stop. Almost to a point where even I can't quite fathom why. I don't think it helps that Craft Sim and other add-ons don't seem to do the maths right. But it's not doing the maths correctly in a good way. It's not telling people that shit is way more profitable than it is, which is bad because then people end up losing a lot of gold. It's actually being way more conservative, I think. Although there are lots of people out there that seem to claim that resourcefulness doesn't work properly. I've not seen it myself, but if you care about resourcefulness on your core alloys, you're doing it wrong anyway. Multicraft is where it's at, so I'm not sure. Multicraft makes up for a tiny percentage of the actual overall saving. Multicraft, on the other hand, is literally the difference between profit and not profit. If you get a good string of multicrafts, you win. If you don't get enough multicrafts, you lose. I didn't need to shuffle to max out alloys plus blue tools. Well, you would have done if you wanted to max out ever-burning ignition as well, though, I would imagine. Because I only maxed ever-burning ignition yesterday, and I did a full shuffle on this dude. You can get this. This is pretty easy. 60, 70, 80 points. That's pretty easy. But if you also wanted to max out ever-burning forge with another 80 points, was not so easy. So what's that? Was that 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 30, 60, 70? Yeah, so there's 160 knowledge points so far in blacksmithing. Even with 160 knowledge points and 100 plus 40 build, you know, everything working, it's still a bit of a challenge in the quality 3 sphere anyway. So much so that I'm dipping into the quality 2 market because it's weirdly more profitable. You know, don't argue the profits sometimes, you know. If there's profit there, take it. You don't need to worry about it. Worry about exactly why too much. Does anybody know what mulching is for herbalism? It massively increases your finesse on your next herb that you pick up. But it takes Myco Bloom to do it. Not really something that's very useful to do right now. Unless you mulch and you go find like a lush lure drop or something. Using your mulching to give you the buff for when you then go pick up like a lush lure drop could potentially, if RNG blesses you nicely, skyrocket the amount of gold you make off just that one herb. I think long term it's designed to counteract the fact that the basic herb usually goes to shit. Look what happened to Hockenbloom in Dragonflight, for example. Hockenbloom was like basically free. So much so that gatherers just ignored it. It wasn't worth the time to even swoop down and pick it up. So mulching is a way for you to process some of that and then hopefully improve your profits on something else. Selling the alloys or making them into hammers to disenchant? Oh no, I've got way too much shit to be doing hammers and disenchanting and all that rubbish. Yeah, there's money in that, but it's way too time consuming. That's, if I had multiple accounts up on the go, then yeah, I'd probably just have that running, churning permanently, but no, I'll probably just sell these out. As soon as this buff runs out, we'll just throw these on the auction house, sell them out. Sell them out directly. I really shouldn't spend too much time focusing on the small ticket items though, because 10% profit's nice. I'm happy with an 11% profit margin, but the problem is it's only 300 gold in the first place. I'd rather have a 10% profit margin on something that's 6,000 gold each, you know. Hock to a bloom. Oh god. Never before has a meme gone from like explosive viral to pure cringe so fast. I'm convinced that whole thing was marketed, you know. I don't believe that was pure virality at play. I think that was very carefully orchestrated. I can't remember what that woman's name is, the Hoktua woman, but there is absolutely no way that that was just a random viral clip, because within seconds, and I mean literal seconds of that clip, like even slightly going viral, she was signed up, agencies, managed flipping merch lines, podcasts, you fucking name it. I'm pretty convinced that whole thing was just a complete social experiment and was completely set up. There was no way that was just a random clip that went explosive. That was orchestrated by somebody. Some talent agency is laughing all the way to the bank with their 20% on that one. I use the phrase talent agency very loosely, by the way. Buff's gone. Okay, right, let's get those sold. There's not much going on with blacksmithing right now, and I'm pretty convinced that there is better things to be focused on right now. So let's just get those sent over. We can come back and prospect a bit of those later once we've got the basics done. But we want to make sure we're fully stocked in some slightly more important areas first. I wonder if I take a look. I know if I log on to tailoring, I'll get caught crafting something. Let me have a little look at alchemy, if nothing else. Just because I have some flasks, but I'm quite sure I'll sell out of those even before peak this evening. So I might need, we might need to reconsider our options there. I have some herbs at least. At least that's some bonus. Okay. I've just potentially seen the price of some stuff. What have I been selling? Healing potion. How did I accidentally sell a healing potion?
My directive is to serve you.
Actually, before I do this, we've got alchemy knowledge points to go get quickly. This is probably why there's still a lot of herbs still in my bags, actually. Because I didn't want to totally process everything until I'd done this. Alchemy book. Alchemy book. Work orders for the week. Now, if I start getting flickers, by the way, for my orders on this character, something is wrong. If I'm getting flickers on this character, something is wrong. Because this alchemist is about as bleeding edge as you can get. I don't think I've missed a single knowledge point this entire expansion so far. Okay, good. Good. This character should not be getting catch-up knowledge points. What I do need to do, though, is go find some treasures real fast. Put me in a phase with less people, please. It's funny how war mode is now the phase for, like, less people. I have absolutely zero concerns about ever stumbling across PvP. No concerns whatsoever.
When the Nerubians attacked, please retrieve them.
Entirely use war mode just strictly as a way to find more nodes and have less people knocking about. That's one of those things that if enough people do it, though, it actually works in the complete opposite direction. Of course, we've got to kill all the rares again, haven't we? Come on, there's one. Oh, flipping hell, I ate this one. Blast you up in the air. If you're using old flying, it's much easier. That'll do. I saw another one. Where was it? Oh, maybe I didn't. I got one. I did see another one. I knew it wasn't going crazy. Come on, purple sparklies. Hey, actually, I've got a bigger problem on my hands. Much bigger problem on my hands. That bigger problem being I'm not selling shit. As soon as I stop hearing dings, it's time to repost again. I'm hoping... I don't know how my TSM graph looks right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, maybe we close that. I'm hoping that we break even this week. Although I'm away at the weekend, which really doesn't help. My wife doesn't seem to understand that this is like peak Goblin season. And as much as I've tried to tell her, she was like, well, weren't you busy all summer? Why are you still busy? Hasn't the game been out for weeks now? And I'm like, that's not the point, dear wife. But... She's now booked me for the weekend, which means I'm not going to get to do too much goblineering over the weekend. So I've got today, tomorrow, Friday to make bank. And from that point on, it's basically just every Wednesday, isn't it? During the week, we can piss about, we can do our own thing. It's just, as long as we're back doing goblin things on Wednesday, it should be all good. And what? Profit's pretty low at the moment. Profit doesn't matter when you're doing 20 million in turnover a day. Trust me. Profit comes out of nowhere when you're selling 20 million gold of stuff every day. If you can sell enough stuff, profit will turn up. If you because there's the general consensus is that if you are selling in such ridiculous quantities, there is a strong chance you're also buying in ridiculous quantities as well, which usually leads you to have much better crafting costs than most others, which is where the extreme goblins out there make all their money. When you get to when you get to some serious level of turnover, you stop worrying about profit because it just comes naturally. Now you have to start paying a little bit more attention to profit if you're not BIS. If your professions are not absolutely min-maxed, then you have to slightly be concerned that other people might have better crafting costs than you. So you do have to be a little bit careful. But if you are completely on the bleeding edge of knowledge points and artisan security, and you know your tools are min-maxed, you know, if everything's looking Gucci, you don't have to worry too much about the profit margins. Just focus on selling more and it will come. Now, I don't mean sell more by cutting everything in price by half, and, you know, because that's obviously stupid, but... This fundamentally is Shadowlands Legendaries all over again. Shadowlands Legendaries wasn't about making huge amounts of profit on everything that you crafted and sold. It was more about absolutely massively, you know, if you weren't opening a 10 million mailbox, you weren't doing Legendaries properly. That's kind of what it's about right now. The region-wide auction house allows you to sell astronomical amounts of stuff very, very quickly. As I mentioned yesterday, few hours last night, I was doing 2.5, 3 million gold an hour without really too much cancel scanning, just like consistent, steady posting. And did I get a tinderbox a minute ago? Wonderful. Streamer luck. Yeah, you know, when you end up selling so much, how many times have I reposted auctions so far this stream? We're already over 1 million gold an hour, and I'm not even really trying right now. If you can get your turnover to just be silly, you can usually be quite profitable at the same time without too much effort. But yeah, EU is competitive though. I need to do 2 work orders. My alchemy ones probably weren't all that favourable to do. Maybe I can cheese a couple of health potions from somewhere else. Although that, to be fair, only needs a few Orbinid. That's an easy one. This needs a little bit more, but... you've provided some stuff. You at least provided the Null Lotus. You didn't provide the Lure Drop, and you want it at quality 3. Then no. Oh, I'll just do that one. That's easy enough. Oh, you want this at quality 3 as well? You absolute scumbag. Okay, this is so annoying. I have to fake one order. Best part of Legos was the 3x15 crafts for gatekeeping. I mean, that so broken. So broken. Who thought at Blizzard it was going to be a sensible idea to make people have to craft 45 items that have crafting costs somewhere in the region of like 30 to 50,000 gold each at some point, just to be able to make the things that everybody actually wants? Who thought that was a good idea? Who genuinely thought that was a good idea? Outrageous behaviour. And that was, let's not forget, for one slot. Leatherworking had 16 different slots. This is why leatherworking cost upwards of 30 million gold just to level the damn thing.
I have an extensive
Bonkers.
supply of goods for Outlander.
Healing. That'll do. One of them. Personal order. 2 penny silvers. 1. Go. Let's favourite that, because that's a nice cheap one to falsify for next time. Yeah. So you had to do... Let's say there was a crafting cost of 30,000 gold per legendary. You have to multiply that by 45. So it cost you 1.35 million
wallet?
gold to get
You just
one
glad to
slot
see me.
to max.
Both, I hope.
Then leatherworking had 16 different slots. So you're looking at 22 million gold just to level up leatherworking back in Shadowlands.
Let's make
Whoever
sweet,
Blizzard looked
sweet
at that.
profit together.
I mean, that's 30 seconds of napkin maths. Whoever looked at that and goes, yep, ship it. Actually wild. Fun times. Fun times. Terra King with the 2 gifties. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. 2 Frog and Sacco. Make sure to say your thank yous. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are we using max quality shit for? That was nearly a whoopsie, wasn't it? $30 to level leatherworking sounds good. Push. Yeah, exactly. Who in their right mind looked at that and goes, yeah, that sounds about right.
What brings you here? May the eternal sun.
And let me remind you, that 30,000 gold was a relatively conservative number per craft as well. With the amount of heavy callous hide it took. Bonkers. It scares me a little, I remember it in so much detail, but the reality was, it wasn't actually that long ago. Right, now we've got some more alchemy points. That should really help boost this. That should get me to 18 points. Damn, I need 20 points, but all the same, it's more multi-craft. More. What's this do? Increases the effectiveness of resourcefulness by 5%. The rest of it's just flat multi-craft points. Okay. That should help with our numbers a little bit. Right, let's go see if we need to spend any gold crafting stuff. I've got some mats to craft some basic stuff if needs be anyway. I'm gonna leave that right there. I'm gonna leave that right there.
My directive is
Okay.
to serve you.
Oh, why is it doing this again?
I have calibrated my prices to be
Flipping
reasonable.
out. Oh, not hearing any dings. No dings. TSM doesn't like it when you resize the window. Are you shitting me? These are up to nearly 800 gold each. I tell you what. Need to add buy them all to the list. People don't ask questions about that one. When I say most common, it's actually the most common ones I get questioned about. More than the ones I actually use. Are they really 770 gold a piece? That means somebody's done an absolute number on the crafting cost of those. Somebody's going to have done an absolute number on those. I don't mind.
My directive is
Right.
to serve you.
Let's see. Let's see now. Fuck off! Even quality 1 alchemical chaos is profitable. Fuck off! That's ludicrous. That shouldn't happen. Wow, go level your alchemists, boys and girls. It's basically free gold. Level quality 1 and quality 2 are basically the same price. That's hysterical. Sure. Okay. Well, the reality is what we actually do here is I suspect we use cheapo Blessing Blossom. I think we use some of this. We do some of that. And then we do some of that. That means we make quality 2. The point is we don't even need to do any funny business. We don't even need to do any funny business. That's ridiculous. Whoa! Aratha's spear over 500 gold each. Woo! Spicy numbers. Actually, that leads me to this. What's the damage on making these today? We can make Q2s. We can make Q2s profitably anyway. And if we jack up the prices of these. Well, that's funny. People have pushed the quality 3. See, I told you, the quality 3 markets are violently, and I mean violently competitive. Not to say that these couldn't end up being 5k by the end of the today, but like violently competitive. Blessing Blossom going up to, what's it up to now? 163. Is that actually the price though? If you were to buy 10,000 of it, you're actually looking at paying 200 gold a piece. Average. If you were to actually buy any... Wow. Wow. You reset the entire Blessing Blossom market for like... Oh my god. There's literally no herbs, is there? That's really quite funny. There's literally only 10,000 rank 3 Blessing Blossom on the auction house. That is wild. Ha!
Return and peruse my
That's really quite
inventory
funny.
again.
Now, as far as Q3 is concerned, I've got a little bit.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My directive has been fulfilled.
Time to revive the I have 500k Blessing Blossoms and you don't meme. Yeah.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Game on, boys and girls. Game on. Okay. There's literally nothing of anything. There's nothing of anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Operation Stop Selling Flasks. Holy shit. Operation Stop Selling Flasks. At least top tier ones anyway. Sell flasks to raiders on their way in chance on the way out. That's pretty much it, yeah.
My thanks to your patron.
I want to maintain some balance here for sure. So we've got 16,000 Blessing Blossom.
My directive is to serve you.
Okay. Today is going to be an interesting day. Oh, sorry. I'm working. I forget I've reset my screens, haven't I? Right. Send. No, Lotus ain't going nowhere. Famous last words. Famous last words. Probably worth buying them all the same. How close are you to rank 3 Chaos Flask? Oh, miles. Miles. That's not happening forever. People are just going to buy Q2s of those practically forever. I did some number crunching on this, and my suspicion is that by the time anybody is actually able to guarantee those at quality 3, the demand for flasks will have dropped so heavily that the price of everything else will have also dropped so heavily as well, meaning that actually pushing to be like world first Chaos Flask quality 3 crafter isn't actually as much money as people will assume, mostly because people won't care by that point. We're still easily a couple of weeks away from alchemists having points to guarantee that at quality 3. If you look at this and you actually simulate needing quality 3s, you need just an ungodly amount of everything. My alchemist is like bleeding edge, and I'm still miles away. In essence, what it translates to is that I need this node full, I need this node full. So I need another 80 points on top of what I've got right now. 80 points seems to be, you get like 12 to 15 knowledge points a week. So we're still looking at like 6 weeks before anybody's going to be able to produce these at quality 3 guaranteed. Way into that'll be something that to like get yourself prepared for season 2. It's not a season 1 thing. Anybody that wants quality 3 alchemical chaos flasks in season 1 are going to be entirely produced by concentration and concentration only, which will mean they'll be stupid expensive, but it also means that most people just buy the rank 2s. Is my suspicion with that one. Do I have the herbs maxed out in the first alchemy spec already? I've got 2 of them, yeah. I've got enough points put into this tree to be able to produce tempered mastery flasks at quality 3. Now we need to craft some of them. What I need to have made sure I've done is have I absolutely bled alchemy dry of knowledge points. First craft bonuses, nothing to be obtained. There's this stupid stone, technically, I could go and craft for 1 knowledge point. Although I actually don't think I can, because I don't think... I do have the artisan security to buy the recipe. Does 1 knowledge point make any difference to me right now? Does it cross? No, that would put me at 19, and that would annoy me. Oh, 20 doesn't do anything particularly fancy for me anyway. It's 25 that I really want. I really want 25, but that's going to have to wait till next week. What does your TSM gold look like? The up and down spikes must be insane. Yes. It's trending in the right direction now. It doesn't look like it, though. It doesn't particularly look great at the moment. But this was the point where I stopped shuffling. And then, so from this point on, we are kind of going in the right direction now. But of course, recent events has... this is completely busted anyway. I mean, it's not physically possible for me to have lost 71 million gold because I didn't have 71 million gold. So, like, I reset TSM at the beginning of the expansion, and all this is completely fucked, completely broken, completely ballsed. Now, the next question actually is one thing I didn't consider: is do I have enough? Wait, where's me? No, this one. Do I have enough mirror powder? Don't know why this number's complaining it's so wildly low. What does my game seem to think that these are selling for right now? 3,400 gold apiece. There's money in that. This is wrong. Right, there's 1,000 of those currently listed. Right, I think we're talking 5k flasks this evening. Pretty sure we're talking 5k flasks this evening. I seem to have materials here for another 2,000 flasks-ish at my current prices. Do I have 1,000 mirror powder? No. Tool, right? Yeah, multi-craft tool, yeah.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We want that to say a big down. We want that to say a big negative number. I know why, of course. Yeah, because it's pulling the current Blessing Blossom price. Yeah, of course. 6 times 5 is 3. Yeah, okay. So somebody's got in and they've bought all the Blessing Blossom at quality 2 as well, which is to be expected. Damn, there is going to be no herbs. There's going to be no herbs. Went to do some chores, then there's 2.3 mil in the mailbox. Hey, that's always a good feeling. Always a good feeling. Welcome in, Pack B. Didn't I just buy a bunch of Knoll Lotus? Where did I put it? Oh, it's in the bags on this character. That's not right.
My thanks for your
Okay.
patronage.
Well, that's what I want it to be. Now I
I've calibrated my
need
prices
mirror
to be reasonable.
powder. Sheesh! Can somebody stop jacking the price of this stuff up, please? Probably 150 of it.
My
Okay.
directive has been fulfilled.
Take a look at pigments. There's no milled herbs either. Oh yeah, herbs. It's just game over for herbs. Absolutely game over for herbs. If you want to sack off any of this chaos, go out there herbing and mining today, and you'll be absolutely golden. Trust me. As much gold as the big goblins out there today will be making, the gatherers will be making twice as much.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Saran Hoover, my man. Thank you very much for the gifties. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hey, that's going to put you top of the tree. That's going to annoy somebody in chat.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
When Mr. Norton wakes up, that's going to piss him off a treat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, there he is.
Is that your wallet?
My throat
Are
speaks
you just
the
glad
devil.
to see me? Both, I hope. Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me?
What's going on with ley line residue?
Both, I hope.
Okay, apparently I've got a bunch of this other places. I'm going to go harvest this from other places because this is tripled in price. I have this. I just need to
Let's
go
make
find
sweet,
it.
sweet profit together.
I have enough technically. Do I want to just make it easier for myself? I mean, if I buy the materials, it means other people don't have it, right? Isn't that the theory?
For your patron.
That's the theory. Did well spending 2Ms on residues. Pretty much anything that's gathered. Literally anything that's gathered. Gonna get hoovered.
Let's make sweet, sweet
Absolutely
profit
hoovered.
together.
Oh no! Oh, we've started a war. Mr. Norton, my man, thank you very much. Had to go one up. Had to go one up. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Is that your wallet?
Mr.
Are
Seb,
you just glad to
Mr.
see me?
Seb,
Both, I
Tactical
hope.
Nuclear Pingu. What a name, by the way. I don't see you chat very often, but if you're lurking in the background, thank you very much. You have an incredible Twitch name. BB Mezzi.
that your wallet?
Ah, Civ
Are
XL
you just glad to
got
see
yourself
me?
a sub. Resto
Both, I
Bay,
hope.
Key One, Emergence. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Norton. Put a smile on this goblin's face. So much
that
so
your
that I
wallet?
accidentally went to the
Are you
scribe
just
table,
glad to
not the
see me?
alchemy table.
Both, I hope.
Clearly Delulu. Theatre event soon. Do I get the theatre event done and dusted before I start crafting all of this shit? 3 minutes till the theatre
that
event.
your
That's actually a
wallet?
really good call.
Are you just glad to see
We'll
me?
absolutely do the theatre
Both,
event
I
quickly.
hope. Let's make
Jensen
sweet,
converting
sweet
their prime
profit
as well.
together.
Boys and girls, thank you. Appreciate the love today. Very much so. Thank you, thank you. You've triggered a level 4 hype train, you lot. That's pretty wild. Thank you.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
I mean, herbs are got to go somewhere, right? This is the thing. Herbs, when they're split across different things, you got to remember that potions, flasks are going to absolutely explode today. You then have everybody looking at buying inks. I bet inks are just getting stripped off the auction house right now as everybody's putting in orders with their scribes for the knowledge points. Ciphers are probably in the same situation. Literally not enough herbs in existence to supply all of this. Oils are flying off the auction house too. That's enchanting, right? The man of oils now. I think 1,133 tempered mastery flasks on the auction house right now. Now, these aren't going to pop off until later today, but you can see that there is not enough. Like, you're telling me there's not 1,000 people that want a flask today, right? Let's get to the thing, by the way. Minute 20 left. Find a raid. Do one better. Somebody invite me to one.
Communication.
Quick, press buttons. Go.
Sorry. Hello.
What would you even search for? It's not even a quest for it. Theatre. Boom. Oh shit, have I got war mode on? No, I haven't. It's fine. Right. Slap it, boys and girls. 12 seconds. Do you have to be a jewel crafter to get the binding of binding? Don't know. I don't actually think you do. I've not taken a look at that little recipe for a while. Wait, speak to the stage manager. Did I not speak to the stage manager? Oh god, have I messed it up from the word go? Oh, Lagosaurus.
What path brought you here?
Hello, Blizzard. Can I have some frames? Want to buy some frames? I'm really tempted, you know, to get one of those World of Warcraft 4070s. This is where there's part of me that wishes I was a bigger content creator than I actually am. Although I have just smashed out level 4 hype train, which is wild to me. Thank you very much for that, by the way, boys and girls. Thank you again. The MSI World of Warcraft 4070 20th edition. Like, even... There's part of me that even if I don't use the fucking graphics card wants to buy one of those. I don't buy things like collector's editions, for example, but 20th anniversary edition 4070 graphics card. It was overpriced. Yeah, see, this is the stupid thing, right? Like, even not even to use the flipping thing. I have a lot to thank this game for in general. It has somehow magically allowed me to put food on my table by playing a video game for a living. Now, you guys play a massive part in that, but if it wasn't for the World of Warcraft game, I wouldn't even have the opportunity. Right, I don't know why I'm even trying to press buttons here. This is ridiculous. This is absolute lag fiesta. This bar's just randomly doing its thing. My 12K computer is lagging. This is what's known as server lag. There's nothing. No. You could be running on a fucking NASA computer. It's not going to make a blind bit of difference. Blizzard servers are just melting. I guess this is a prime opportunity to do a cancel scan, isn't it?
Soon they'll outnumber our audience. Give them a graceful exit. Quickly.
Get good 60 FPS with a 4070. Server lag is a different story. Oh no, we dropped below 1 million gold an hour. What an absolute noob. Rookie numbers.
Speak freely. No directive.
What are we meant to be doing? Defeat a bunch of these guys. Do I not have a pet? Can't do pet things. What moron decided to aggro all of this shit while simultaneously having 5 frames a second? What area code is +39? Where's plus 39 in the world? Why are they calling me? Where's plus 39? Italy? What the fuck is Italy doing calling me? I hadn't ordered no pizza. Go away. That sounds like spam. Right, you know what? I'm going to run back here. I'm going to feign death. Because there's absolutely no point me trying to do anything in this right now. Have you broken spaghetti in the past? Yeah, I just snapped a whole bag of spaghetti. Now they're after me. Clearly. That would do it. That would do it. In before I find out it's my bank or something stupid, but... Come on, game. I'm not opening these boxes until we get a bit of stability in our lives. Where's the green one? All the way up here. What are you doing all the way there? Showtime. Is now angry goblin harassing you for sure? Maybe. Maybe it's somebody trying to sell me some cheap marble.
For the Earthen, outside of their edicts and directives. Let us explore one of those.
My fused, all of Gundergauze showers us in your favorite flowers.
It's more a Wrath of Spear, but floating around right now. Look, plenty of herbs here. Can I loot these herbs, please? Want to loot herbs?
What is this love? Ah, we have no time.
Is there any reason to actually do this, by the way? Once your audience approval is through the roof.
No.
Just run around, click buttons, hope the server plays catch up.
Claudgren, my fused.
We probably dropped below 1 million sales in an hour because we stopped selling flasks. I ain't selling all my flasks out at these prices at the moment. I want some stock to clear through before I sell all of mine. Not that I don't have plenty to sell, but actually that's fucking wild. 888 gold apiece. Somebody's resetting the prices of these flasks even. Probably not a terrible move, to be fair.
Task in progress. Must maintain efficiency, but I register
3400 is still holding strong. It's not flask hour yet. Flasks will pop off later when everybody runs off to go do raiding. That's when there's a 1 to 2 hour period of the day where you can literally sell flasks faster than you can produce them. And if you can time it right, you can make stupid money if you've got the stock. But it's actually about having the stock, because you will sell out. Or better still, somebody will buy you out and relist. And I reckon today it's going to be mental. It's about timing it right though. Participate. Oh, okay, sure. Achievements.
Gundergauze stands with us.
Are we good? Are we good? Gimme my box. Gimme my box. My box and my rep. 1,000 council rep.
Journey far and safe.
Right. Let's peace out of here before get me back to a normal server. Woof! Now we relax. Okay, now for the big one. We got the Spunker's Candle again. The game is absolutely desperate for me to have a better one of these. Absolutely desperate. There was one of these in my vault. Right. Back to the city. Might have witnessed that knowledge point catch-up system might be patron orders on some characters are giving me 1 knowledge points instead of 2. Yeah, the flickers. Flickers have switched on, apparently. I've been waiting for them to turn on. We found them on the beta, so I've known they've existed. They've been documented in my guide for ages. We knew they existed. We just didn't know when they were going to turn them on. But it feels like they might have pressed the button. But it's still causing a little bit of confusion. And I am still convinced that people will complain about it. Because whilst it is technically, yes, a catch-up system, there's no denying that, there is the common problem that it won't be a free catch-up system. Flickers, didn't see anything in the guide. I'm pretty sure I had them documented in the guide. Maybe not in each of the individual professions sections, but more in the overall patron orders section at the beginning. Yeah, so I'd got the flickers documented. We found these a long time ago. I always suspected that one of these would be the catch-up system, and it feels like the flickers have now been switched on and are likely the catch-up system. Hence why I'm not seeing them on many of my characters, but most of my characters are like bleeding edge with knowledge points in the first place. If you log on lower progress characters, though, you might start seeing these on your patron orders. But yeah, if you've been pushing and you're ahead of the curve in the first place, you might not see them still. We don't know where Blizzard sort of draws the line, if you know what I mean. Uh, 985. I swear I bought more than that. Whatever. Let me think about this. That's just a crafting speed buff. These are crafting speed buffs. Couldn't care about ingenuity, and the spillover will come to me as and when. You can simulate buffs now? Okay, clever. It doesn't actually have the quick hands buff. Yeah, go. We get our flask spillover. Stack that up. Now we're cooking. 120 multi-craft resourcefulness, all the works. Still technically says it's a 20% loss per craft, because the current price of herbs is now ludicrous. But luckily for us, we didn't pay anywhere near these ludicrous prices. Roughly another 1,000 crafts. Default is 2,000 flasks. what's more likely to be closer to 3,000 by the time they're all crafted, I think. Before resourcefulness procs, before bonus crafts. Okay, we should be good. Right, let's let that cook for a while. That'll take a bit of time. It can sit producing those for as long as we need them to. Are these ambidextry things now 90 minutes? Lasts 30 minutes and through death. Why did it give me a 90-minute buff? Did I already have this on? Twice? What? I don't understand. Confused. Oh, it's Burning Crusade time working event. Might be time to level some of these alts. They're 75. I might want to just get them to 80 at some point this week. Might not be a bad idea. Oh, yeah, probably the bonus for the duration. Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it's a natural alchemy buff, isn't it? How many knowledge points are required to craft quality 3 flasks? It starts at about 160 knowledge points. But 160 knowledge points is not where you stop. 160 knowledge points is like your barrier to entry. The yeah, the real answer is all the knowledge points. You need all the knowledge points. I've not missed a single knowledge point on this alchemist since the game's gone live, so I'm as bleeding edge as I can be with my alchemist. Flasks only stack to 200. I need to make a petition for them to stack to 1,000. Take up far too much of my inventory space. Nearly 900 gold a flask now on the alchemical chaos ones. Temp and mastery ones are hard to tell what they're doing. Big boy ones still relatively competitively priced here. If you were to buy and craft them right now, though, these are actually below cost. Need a few of these to sell out. Once a few of these sell out, once the market flips on these later, it's good to go. I mean, I could still technically sell them now and make a profit on the ones I've already crafted, but that's no fun. Why make some gold when you can make lots of gold? Sanctified alloys, what's going on with them? 6.3. Holy shit, there's not a lot there, is there? 6.5 is the first cluster, but somebody's pretty convinced that the market's gonna hit 8, 9, 10k today by the looks of things. I mean, that's not enough to last more than 5 minutes when people start looking at crafting some gear. That won't last a minute. People will aggressively hold that market down though for as long as they can. Enchants, I'm not competitive on enchants. Chaos circuits, weirdly. 4.2k on a chaos circuit. Damn. What happened here? If you got the price going here, why didn't you just take it all the way? Why did you not 7k that shit? Well, maybe they tried and then got bored with people undercutting. Went from 7k down to 5k. Inks 15. Oh my god, ink market's been reset. Oh dear. Oh dear. What a day to be in the office. Crushed gemstones are over 300 gold a piece right now. Sheesh, do I regret selling all of these at like 250 gold a piece last week. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Exquisite Weavercloth bolts. What are these doing? I suspect I'm going to stand and produce exquisite Weavercloth bolts all day. 400 gold a piece? Are you kidding me? What are the actual... Holy shit, even the basic ones are 200 gold a piece. Money. Odds on me flicking over to Zan's stream to find him mass producing these. I'd put money on it. I'd actually put money on it. Is Zan even streaming? He is. Oh, he's making Weavercloth bolts. I was nearly right. I was nearly right. Zan's doing... I knew he was going to be doing some in bolts. He's doing, He's doing... Go away, chat. We don't need that. He's doing some Weavercloth bolts. There's a chance he's doing Weavercloth bolts before he makes the exquisites, but I knew he'd be doing something like that. Drums are nearly 5k. That's an expensive bloodlust. Hey, if you're running off to do Mythic Plus, or if you're running off to do some high tier raiding today, and you hadn't stocked up on your consumables, today's going to be an expensive day to buy them. Shit's not going to be cheap. What are Nullstones sat at right now? 5.6, 10k of them left. Hang on, I get really nervous that this is going to randomly start going wrong. It seems to still be doing its thing, right? It's an awful lot of gold riding on getting this calculation and this maths correct, so I don't want to balls it up. 10k nullstones, that's 10,000. What uses nullstones? Nullstones go aggressively into.
Let's make sweet,
oh shit!
sweet
I've just
profit
realised nullstones
together.
are used in They're used in chaos circuits. Could be a reason why those have gone up in value. Used in...
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
whetstones and waystones
Both,
and the
I
razor
hope.
stones, which have just seen a buff today. They used doubled up in the jeweler's settings. That means jeweler's settings have got to be at least 10k a piece, right? Plus half a one goes into every single sanctified alloy on the market. Oh my god, nullstones are not going to exist by the end of the day. I mean, these markets alone will strip the nullstone market bare, surely. What's the jeweler's setting looking like? And that's not going to last 5 minutes either. We're going to see shit just sell out today. Like, I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced we're going to get literal sold out signs. Boom. Auction house is closed. No stock. Farmers get farming, please. Mythic Raiders got deep pockets. They're going to have to. Did a farming route in the Isle of Dawn yesterday. 60k an hour at the moment. Farmers are eating good. Ah, I've been screaming and shouting from the rooftops for weeks. Keep your farmer up to speed. Keep your herbalist and miner character up to speed, because yeah, 100k an hour, well within the reach of some farmers. Well within the reach. You can make a month of game time in about 3 hours, I reckon. What's the token at even? Yeah, you can probably make a month of game time, like, in a few hours. if you wanted to today, spend all day going out herbing and mining, you'll probably be able to make enough gold by herbing and mining today to basically pay for the next year of game time, I reckon. If you went ham. I reckon it's possible. And fuck me, if you've shuffled on that herbalist and miner as well, you are laughing all the way to the bank. If you've shuffled on your herbalist and mining character to get all of your knowledge point books, to get all of your tools in order by this point today, you are making silly money. Like actual silly money. I'm seriously considering shuffling my druid farmer. I mean, to be fair, you would have probably needed to have already done it. That's kind of the point. But my point here is that if you had done it, or if you'd been chipping away at the basic cheap shuffles, so that you're steadily ahead of everybody else, you'd also be in a pretty good position, I reckon, right now. Settings in the evening, null stones are going to go to 10k. Whetstone is actually draining the stones. Ironclaw whetstones. Are these the ones? They must be. Might have a look at blacksmithing in a minute, see what's going on with those. I made sure to have some null stones lying about, just in case something happens. Not to mention, it would be not like I have a couple of like my sanctified alloys, for example. It would be nice to be able to pump a bunch of null stones into my sanctified alloy crafts later today if they go to the moon. I wanted to make sure I had some, just so I kind of had my bases covered a little bit. The funny thing is I'm not even too fussed about particularly selling much right now, because there's part of me that wants to let the tide rise a little bit. I want to start letting some of the back stock disappear. Look at these numbers though. Look at these numbers on all of these items on this list are region-wide items, by the way. Nothing I'm selling here is like realm specific. This is what surprises me very much so about what's happened since the region-wide auction house. I genuinely don't understand why there's so little stock of everything all the time. Because in Shadowlands, it was not uncommon for there to be like a few 100,000 material on a single server. And so the region supply of that material was in the tens of millions. Yet these days, you are not going to see, like, soon as there's like 2 million of something on the auction house, you're like, whoa, hang on. There's a lot of this all of a sudden. And it's like, no. When the entire region turns around and goes, yep, I want some of that. I mean, 16,000 flasks is a lot of flasks. Without question, that's a lot of flasks. But not for the entire EU. This is the #1 selling flask right now. Without question, the #1 selling flask. It's quality 2. If you look at the flask of Alchemical Chaos, the quality 3s only exist when concentration is used to make them. So these are always going to be significantly higher. This is probably the most popular selling flask. And it will be the most popular selling flask going forward. And there's more active players on Draenor. There's more active players on one realm. It really heavily surprises me just how little of this stuff there is. for the supply of an entire region. What? Quality 2 weapon enchant. Not the best, not by any means. There's 140 available. Literally 140 enchants available. Weapon enchant at that. 500 quality for 3 flasks. These are now starting to go. They're starting to go. Either people are pulling their stock off the auction house, or they're... I don't know what they're doing, but it's pretty bonkers. The entire Shadow Ink market's just been reset. Oh dear, where's the other one? The apricot ink. I call it apricot ink, which means I can never remember what its actual name is. Apricot ink or something. There we go. Quality 1,500 of those even. Quality 3 inks are just gone. In fairness, it's quality 1 and quality 2 inks that people will buy for their knowledge point books, but ciphers, there's a steady amount of ciphers. These though, sheesh. Oh, hello, my alchemy's stopped. Why's my alchemy stopped? Why for we stop, game? Why for we stop? Are we, was that okay, that's our mirror dust burned through. Was that all of them? No, clearly not. God, imagine I sent that to the wrong character then. Can you imagine? There's also part of me that's very tempted to just nuclear empty my war bank today as well. Just have an absolute everything must go clear out sale in the war bank. That's like a hard reset. I'm very tempted. Oh, here's a question. What happened to the crystalline powder stuff? Somebody tried to reset this market yesterday. Clearly to no avail. Holy shit. Somebody very ballsy tried to reset this market yesterday, and out of nowhere 650,000 of it's now turned up again. 303,000 at 7 gold apiece. Shit the bed. That was a ballsy move trying to reset that market yesterday, I tell you. Real ballsy move. It's literally the most common of common things. Yeah. There we go. Flasks, boys and girls. Stocked on flasks. Now, 2 options. Do I sell the materials I have spare and just offload them at the current ludicrous prices? Or do I hold on to them and do something with them later? Do I have enough materials knocking about to make any quality 2 chaos flasks? Not... Oh, wait, hang on. No, not really. I seem to have a lot more Blessing Blossom at quality 1 for some reason. I don't know where that's all come from. Maybe we'll make more of those later if needs be. That said, I'm pretty sure these are stupid money right now. Even TSM thinks I've got a 500 gold crafting cost on those. They're selling for 800. And TSM doesn't even know what it's talking about. Right, I'm thinking we leave alchemy where it is right now. I kind of need to go and have a look at tailoring, because tailoring's always funny. That's going soon. I mean, I can't not have a little dabble in the alchemical chaos market. We'll save the other flasks for this evening. These are already good enough to start selling some of them out. Right, tailoring. Let's have a little look at tailoring. Use the price override window in Craft Sim. Oh yeah, I mean I could do. If you are any less than absolutely BIS build, you should be using that price override quite frequently. Or it's starting to get to the point where TSM has actually got its prices, you know, near enough. They're not perfect, but if you do some clever business with integrating smart average buy price, then TSM's a viable option for using with Craft Sim again. Let's see if we're selling many of these flasks at this price. Oh, the answer's yes. Sweet! Casual 1.4 million in Duskweave. So somebody's taken Duskweave to the moon then. That was me reselling that back out, doubling my money. Somebody's taken Duskweave to the moon.
I have calibrated my prices to be
130 gold apiece on Duskweave. Sheesh! Somebody's taken that to the moon. Damn, son. Not only did they take that to the moon, that 15,000 of stock that I've just sold isn't on the auction house again. So there's a strong chance that somebody took that to actually consume it, which is actually mental. Unless they're just, you know, unless it's diamond hands sitting on it. Right, do I need any urgent knowledge points with tailoring? I think I'm max build with tailoring. Yeah, I'm just slowly putting points into Duskweave for the production of bolts, but as far as the rest of it's concerned, I've left that at 15 points. The question is why? Improve your tailoring crafts and learn to collect cloth from humanoids more effectively. Ah, yeah, I only wanted 15 points in here to unlock these two. Couldn't care less about ingenuity. Ingenuity can suck a fat one. And these only give me better cloth finding, better cloth finding, better cloth finding. I don't find any cloth in Dorganol anyway. Dornogal does not supply me with any cloth. That kind of means I'm not really in any rush to get the knowledge points from this, but what we can do maybe... I'm intrigued if I'm getting flickers on this character. Probably not. Oh! Wow. Wow. The game seems to think I'm behind on knowledge points on my tailor. Wow. Sure. I wouldn't have said I'm behind on knowledge points on my tailor, but if the game seems to believe I am, I'll take it. I'll take it. Maybe it's because we've had a few like this, where I've just straight up not been able to do them because it's a recipe I don't own. So the game's like, here you go, have a catch-up point. That's wild. Because I am not behind on knowledge points in tailoring, I can tell you that for a fact. How many knowledge points we got in here so far? 30, 60, 90, 120, 135... 145, 175, 176 knowledge points in tailoring. I'm quite sure I'm not behind on knowledge points. But the game's like, no, you must have a bonus knowledge point. Sure. It's not really a catch-up system if they give it to, you know, if it's given to everybody.
You wish to speak? Ancestor.
Duskgrieve, blame Zan. Oh, if it's cloth, you just always blame Zan. Safe assumption. Safe assumption that Zanzibar's got something to do with it. Very safe assumption. Question is, do I want to get this shit out of the way nice and fast now anyway? Tailoring knowledge book. It's only the time it takes me to get 2 treasures. Let's just go do it quickly. 2 treasures ain't gonna take me very long. And once it's done, you know. Right, we're looking for purple splodges. We're looking for dirt piles.
Our miners had to leave their tools behind when the Nerubians attacked. Please retrieve them.
I just use Auctionator's prices instead of TSM, do a full scan beforehand. I mostly use Auctionator's prices to give me an indication of what's going on, but then I usually compare that against my buy prices of herbs, which I track with TSM. So for the most part, I'm basically using the best of both add-ons, honestly. Who's stealing all me dirt? Hands off me dirt piles. Do other professions just naturally get less? Enchanting's weird, because yeah, enchanting is like hard capped on knowledge points. Enchanting has basically no knowledge points that come from patron orders, which only leads me to think that they might... Well, that's actually a good point. I should probably check my enchanting, see what happens there. I don't think I've ever had a single knowledge point from patron orders on enchanting. I'm pretty sure it's your disenchanting and your disenchanting only. You might find some of the bonuses from... You might find some extra points if you disenchant more items. It's a catch-up system with enchanting. It weirdly acts far more like a gathering profession than it does a crafting one, honestly. Got up at 650 to farm the shadow motes at Hallowfall. Did the dirt piles, 4 knowledge points on 4 characters, half an hour. Totally worth it. Yeah, if you can get odd hours, if you're playing odd hours of the day, that's clearly the best time to be doing this sort of stuff. Now is categorically the worst time, but throw war mode on, it's not too bad. Enchanting work order Glimmer showed up for me today. Oh, really? Okay. Do you get Artisan Security from disenchanting with enchanting? Well, you get knowledge points, which in turn, yes, will give you Artisan Security. Anytime you gain a knowledge... Well, you can't say that anymore, can you? Most of the time when you gain a knowledge point, you'll also gain Artisan Security from it as well. Yeah, it'd be nice if it was just a simple, straightforward rule, but it's not. Some knowledge points will also give you Artisan Security. Some knowledge points will not. Knowledge points gained from first-time crafts from trainer recipes won't, whereas first-time crafts from anything that's not a trainer recipe will. If you buy 10 knowledge points with Kej, then that doesn't give you Artisan Security, but if you buy 10 knowledge points with Artisan Security, it will refund you your Artisan Security. God. Why can we not just have a simple system, Blizzard? This is what 11th hour hotfixes do to the game. Make it weird. Yeah, you'd have to put like a literal essay in the tooltips to explain this. All the more reason to remember that knowledge is power when it comes to goblineering. The more you know, the more you know. Right, I've stopped hearing dings in the background. We need to post more. Oh my god, I'm down to 500,000 sales an hour. This is not good. Rookie numbers. Have I found even one of my... I've found one of them so far. We're 50% of the way there. I know a lot of people use the Ringing Deeps or Hallowfall or other zones to farm their treasures, but I tend to find War Mode and just circling this little area tends to do me pretty quickly. I've never had to do too many laps around here. Plus, it's such a big open area, you can spot them from miles away when they do spawn. Professions in Shadowlands was fun. I know fun is subjective, and bearing in mind that fun is subjective, I will disagree with you on that one. In terms of the fact that there was nothing... my take on it is that there was nothing particularly fun about Shadowlands Legendaries. One of the fun aspects I did like, though, with Shadowlands was that they got it right when it came to, like, patch-on-patch resets. The excluding Shadowlands Legendaries for a minute, the Crafter's Mark system in Shadowlands was quite good. Patch by patch, there was like a mini reset allowing people to get into it if they hadn't previously. Sort of a natural catch-up system. If you'd made the Crafter's Mark gear in the patch when it was relevant, you could, and you did it quickly, you could capitalize on it. But then if somebody was joining later on in the expansion, or they were just late to the party, a new patch would bring a new Crafter's Mark and something that everybody then had to chase again. It kind of like reset the race, patch on patch, which was quite nice. This is what they haven't really been able to do very well, or they weren't able to do very well in Dragonflight. Time will tell if they get it better in the War Within, but Dragonflight was like as far as crafting was concerned, Dragonflight was basically one patch. There wasn't anything that allowed you in the later patches to really catch up. If it wasn't for the fact that they added Dracothists in 10.1, then I think goal making would have been very, very different in Dragonflight for a lot of people. It was the trigger for most people to push them into the old army mindset. That, tailoring bolts. What at least they did do in Dragonflight, though, is they gave us something kind of cool in the middle that I still think to this day went completely under the radar for most people. But the Zolgrub recipes did really well. They create some pretty interesting mog that I genuinely think, if it's still on your crafting list now, I know crafting transmog often ends up being a bit of a meme, but the reality is especially with region-wide auction house now, if you've got some of the rarer Zolgrub, some of the rarer Nax recipes, you can filter that crafted transmog out on realms where there isn't any. I think we'll start to see a lot of that with this expansion. I still know there's people that are farming Nax weekly for the tier 3 on the tier 3 dented Gamba markets. Admittedly, it's something that is far more lucrative if you're able to multi-box it. Doing it single accounts at a time is not very good use of your time. But if you can do it 4-8 accounts at once, it starts to be a lot better. Legendary items should be legendary. There should be a huge quest chain and lore behind it. It should take a few months to complete them, and the items should be OP as fuck. It should not only it should be not only a long process but also difficult. So only some people actually have the true legendaries. I mean, for 12 years that was exactly the situation, but Blizzard were constantly fighting against people who were like, when is my legendary coming, right? Why have rogues had daggers, and why are hunters had this, and why is X, Y, and Z had that? And there's too many classes in the game for Blizzard to equally distribute something to somebody on a relatively reasonable cadence. So I kind of understand why they went away from that. But yeah, you are right. Legendaries aren't really legendary, or haven't really been that legendary. When was it that it first started to really change? Was it Mists of Pandaria where everybody... What was it, the ring? Was it the ring in Mists of Pandaria? That everybody could get, and technically you could piss about in LFR for a few weeks and get it and that sort of thing. It was more of a seasonal journey than it was like a true legendary. But I, at the same time, don't think the game sits in that sort of same light anymore. It used to be a monumental event when somebody in your guild and somebody on your server, you know, crafted their legendary. We even had the flipping... What's it? Which one is it? I don't even know. I can't remember which one it is, but, you know, in Stormwind, in Orgrimmar, the big dragon comes up, and there's the, like, there's the big event that happens in the capital city every time somebody gets their legendary. That was cool back in the day. That was really cool. But server identity, I know Blizzard tries to claim that they want server identity to be a thing, but every action they take seems to counteract everything that they say regarding that. If you wanted server identity, you wouldn't slowly but surely pushing all servers into one. So, what Blizzard say and what Blizzard do in that regard seem to be pretty hypocritical. I need to craft that stuff. I have almost every blacksmithing plan from every expansion since vanilla, and I think I'm missing less than 5. Hey, another tinderbox. That's my second tinderbox just from getting these treasures weekly, by the way. Not that I want to alert the sound the alarm or anything, but that's my second tinderbox from about 20 treasures today. Now, I don't want to be the one to say the words drop rate increase. Considering I cannot confirm nor deny, but it's a bit sus, isn't it? Still looking for stupid spool of web weave. This was meant to be a quick 5-minute job. It's never a quick 5-minute job, is it? there's part of me that, in a way, is hoping I don't find another tinderbox. 2 is not exactly mathematical or scientific in any way, shape, or form, but off probably 20 dirt piles, that's way above the 1% that people have been believing they drop at.
Our miners had to leave their
Or
tools
alternatively,
behind
I
when
just
the
won't
Rubians
find any
attacked.
dirt piles
Please
anymore.
retrieve them.
Thanks, Blizzard. Oh, there's one. Hands off, it's mine. Is that a second one? Money. A lot of bosses. Right, there we go. There's my spool of web weave. We're not going to hunt for any more tinderboxes. Zero on 6 characters before, 4 treasures each, so maybe you're just lucky or I'm super unlucky. Yeah, like I said, I didn't want to sound the alarm on that one. It just seems a bit odd that on 2 of my characters I've got 2 tinderboxes to drop. It's a little bit higher than the going rate. Do I have the ability to get my work order quest done? I need to fill 3 work orders to be able to do that. Do we think that's happening? I'm really surprised I've got a flicker showing up. Do I want to spend 1,000 gold for a single knowledge point? I mean, sure. In for a penny, right? Start order. What do I need? Some exquisite weaver cloths. Oh wait, where's all my weaver cloth gone? Oh, there it is. What else do we need? Some basic bitch spools. That's fine. Quality 2. Technically, we can harvest these for resourcefulness procs. Never lucky. Oh, I need more exquisites. Did I make a bunch of these? These are money all by themselves. Although, to be fair, I haven't checked auction house prices this morning. I've not paid any attention to what's going on with the enchanting mats market. That might have gone absolutely bonkers. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it's gone completely doolally. Artisan's gardening hat. Apparently I don't have that recipe. Where does this come from? We could technically buy it. Could we technically buy it? We could technically buy it. I have no real other use for the artisan security at this point. Alright, we'll see. See how desperate I get. Go. Resourcefulness tool. And go. And go. Right, that should be maximum knowledge points for tailoring this week. Got ourselves a flicker. Seems so random that I'm getting these things. I'm the last person that needs catch-up points. But, you know, I'll take them. Hey! Cheeky Null Lotus. Not quite a Null Stone, but either way, we'll take it. Let's turn in this quest.
What brings you here?
Okay. How's that gonna get us going on here? 15 points, I think it was, to learn the sub-spec, and then we actually want to put... Do we... Ooh, this is a question. We clearly want to unlock that anyway. Further improve your connection with Duskweave, decreasing how quickly you exhaust the magic used to craft Duskweave bolts. Decreasing how quickly you exhaust the magic used. What the fuck does that mean? Is that claiming that this recharge time just gets smaller? Or is it increasing the amount of charges you can hold? Gain 1 skill per point in this spec. What does this one do? Plus 5 skill when making Duskweave bolts. Learn to craft the cooled sunset bracers. Bit of multi-craft. Further improve your connection with Duskweave, decreasing how quickly you exhaust the magic used to craft Duskweave bolts. So, okay, it just puts my maximum charges up to 20. Okay, it seems to do both. It puts the charges up and it decreases the amount of time it takes for a charge to turn up. Okay, cool. So... Oh, that's interesting. I wonder how that's going to integrate with concentration. I'm already finding that especially when it comes to making quality 3 versions anyway, concentration is clearly my limiting factor here, more than the charges, but it means I can pump out more quality 2s, I suppose. Sure. How was I able to see my crafting orders standing there, actually? Surely that shouldn't happen. Surely I have to be over here for that. I don't know, whatever. Now the question is do I want to cap dusk weaving first? Or do I want to cap Duskweave tailoring first? Skill and ingenuity. Skill and ingenuity. +1 skill when making and using Duskweave. +1 skill per point at Duskweave bolts. So this is slightly more restrictive to where the skill gain benefits me. But the multi-craft boosts in here, 30 multi-craft, 60 multi-craft, that's outrageous. That's almost worth more than skill. I don't flipping know. There was a good reason why I went this route first. I can't remember what it was. I don't know what it was. There was definitely a reason I did it. I don't even know. I'm assuming if I ever want to get to the point where I can max craft either of these, max crafting either of these clearly is going to have to be... Why are you all the way over there? Max crafting these is going to have to be... Finish that node, 20 points in that node anyway. So you need everything. Well, if you need everything, it doesn't really matter in which order you do it, right? Surely? Or is getting up to... Unlocking this node is probably more important now than capping this. You go back and you cap this, I guess, because that's just some skill, Yeah, you cap this at the end, I reckon. I couldn't care less about these extra recipes. the multi-craft, and then this node is more important. Right, we put points in there. Decision made. Overthinking. Right, let's check the auction house prices. Let's get this dude crafting something. Although I haven't checked leatherworking today. Ugh! I know full well I could stand and I could craft tailoring stuff literally all day if I let myself. So I've got to be kind of careful when I start, because once you start, you don't stop. Kind of like Pringles, I think. Weaver cloth bolts. What's Weaver cloth doing today? Let's actually check this shopping list instead, because it tells a better picture. 44 up to 104. Well, you're not crafting your own bolts yourself then. That's mental. You just buy the bolts if you're doing quality 3 stuff. In fact, you just buy the bolts if you're doing any of that. That's mental source. It takes 3 pieces of cloth to eventually make a bolt. So the bolts are cheaper just to buy. At least by my napkin maths of 3 to 1. I'm hoping my napkin maths is relatively up to date. It may or may not be. Either way, our end game is actually to make these things anyway. And these things are money. These things are straight money. Q2s, money. Q3s, what if we go big dick all the way? Money. Actual money. Even with Storm Dust at 318 gold apiece? That's bananas. I didn't pay 318 gold apiece for mine. I did not pay 318 gold apiece for mine. But I will take it. I will take that until the cows come home. Okay, see, this is my point, right? I could stand here and craft these literally all day. Maybe that's why the price on these is genuinely actually quite good right now. Because it's just such an outrageously time-consuming process to make the damn things. Okay. Well, I've got quite literally thousands of these to make. Before I check tailoring then, because I know we're going to sit here and we're going to craft a shitload of bolts whilst we do that. I want to check something that is a little bit more volatile, but may or may not need me to craft anything, and that's leatherworking first. 30% crafting speed from the weavers would speed it up so much though. Yeah, it's a weird one though, because it's kind of AFK bait. You kind of just set it going and then you go off and do something else. I usually set up my tailoring for when I go do an hour or 2 of farming every day. I'll set my tailoring, just press the go button and just let it do it in the background. Come back to it half an hour later when your potions run out. And then go sell it all. We'll have leatherworking stuff. Have I not picked up my void lit leatherworking notes? Oh my god, what an actual terrible human being. Well, that's the first thing we do. 10, 11, 12, 13... I've got 15 leatherworking knowledge points up for grabs. Before patron orders. Oh my god.
The winds guide you.
15 knowledge points in a day? It's like Christmas. If we have some big patron orders here, this could be an absolutely ridiculous day for leatherworking. 7. We've got a flicker, and then shit, I can't craft. You even provided the tinderbox. Okay, I need 1 storm-touched weapon wrap for an order that gives me a flicker that provided the tinderbox. Odds on me rolling resourcefulness on this? Should we see? I'll throw concentration at this. Fuck it. Let's do it. 0%. Let's make a storm-touched weapon wrap on the cheap. Do we look at making a cheap? Yeah, we make a cheap one of those. We make them at quality 2 guaranteed anyway. Start order. Resourcefulness tool. is equipped. 50% either happens or it doesn't. Hey, you're a smart man. Concentrate to make it at Q3. 164 concentrate. It's not like I'm that diligent with using my concentration anyway. Come on, resourcefulness proc. 23% resourcefulness. Come on, resourcefulness proc. Never lucky. Never lucky. Alright, I technically need to do 2 more orders, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on my list that I can't do. Well, that's a bag of dicks, isn't it? Competitors chain cuffs. You've provided everything, so surely I should be able to do this.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Yuma
Both,
with
I
the
hope.
tier 1 for 13 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
My
Good morning to you.
directive is to serve you.
Good morning, good morning. Chain cuffs. 13k for the recipe. Well,
My
I guess that's the way we do that then. Flicker, yoink. Recipe, yoink. Remind me again why you said ingenuity was bait. I don't recall patron orders ever refunding concentration. Is that why? No, it's bait because you have to choose to take ingenuity most of the time over taking resourcefulness or multicraft. And resourcefulness and multicraft are always objectively better stats to have. And so, especially when it comes to things like knowledge point spending in your trees, if you're choosing to spend your very limited knowledge points on ingenuity when you could be spending them on resourcefulness or skill or multicraft, you are doing it wrong. That's not even that's not even an opinion at that point. It's just maths. So now we can make that. You provided everything. We're going to have to use concentration to do it, but whatever. Go. Hey, we saved some reagents. We got 19 gloom chitin for free. And a first time craft bonus and some artisan security and 2 knowledge points. Well, I guess it cost us 13k for the recipe, but that's a win. I mean, it's actually not mathematically, but we'll claim it's a win. What about this one? Leather trousers. We need to provide the storm charge leather, which is not so fun, but same scenario. If we can proc a resourcefulness on it, let's see if the recipe's
I have calibrated my prices to
not
be reasonable.
stupid money. $15k. I could go shopping for these, but the point is I can't be bothered. There's an argument for ingenuity if you have an alt with a concentration build and can craft Q3 with Q2 mats, and the Q2 mats are much cheaper, then resourcefulness isn't going to benefit you much, given that multicraft isn't available for example, enchants. Yeah, there is what's referred to as fringe cases, where the rule doesn't 100% apply. But there's it's very limited. It's the argument that you might be able to press the button once more per week if Ingenuity procs. Not to mention, if you haven't fully spec'd into Ingenuity, it actually has to proc twice before you can press the button again. On a resource that naturally, it's very, very subjective. I'm still pretty much like, if you're gonna put a rule to something, the rule is ignore it. But you might be able to find somewhere that it's at least semi-useful. Thomas Bright wants us to make a steelsmith's apron, and he's going to give us some artisan security for doing it. Artisan security that I don't particularly need. That said, I don't have my leatherworking bag. Why do I not have the leatherworking bag? Is that an active choice? Is the leatherworking bag just dog shit and I never bothered? Why did I never get the leatherworking bag?
Supply of goods
Or was I
for
deliberately saving that
outlanders.
to do something else with it? Do I have to... maybe I was saving that actually to get a second tool before getting the bag, maybe. Containers, bag... What's the leatherworking one? Increases your resourcefulness rating by 90 when crafting leatherworking reagents. That's actually really good. Why did I never get that? I'm
Return
questioning my own
and
decisions
peruse
here now.
inventory again.
Maybe we can get enough arts and security to get both anyway.
I've been expecting.
What am I actually looking to get knowledge points for? I'm slapping them in here right now. Why am I putting knowledge points in here? Nerubian items. This is probably so that my writhing hide is... The trick with writhing hide is to get it to the point where you can use it with quality 2, isn't it? If I remember correctly. And that requires points in the Nerubian build, I think. Yeah, it needs 30 points in the Nerubian build so that you can then produce this at quality 3 with only Q2 mats guaranteed. So weird how leatherworking is completely different to half the other professions. Another example of the fact there's usually a rule and then there's always something that breaks that rule. Always something that breaks the rule. Well, we need points in there anyway, so let's go in there like that. We got 2 treasures. Let's go to Hallow Fall then. Let's get our 10 knowledge point book.
The coreway must be protected.
Actually, we'll fly into Hallow Fall. And then we'll find some treasures at the same time. Wombo combos. Right, let's get some stuff sold while we're waiting. Good thing I sold my mats yesterday. Herbs and ore already tanking. What are you talking about? Have you not seen the price of... Are you talking NA here or EU? They've lost 10 gold in rank 3. I mean, 10 gold is pennies. Herbs are currently like stupid money. Look, if we just very quickly, reagents, herbs, this expansion. Look at the price of the Q3 shit. You can't compare what, like, within a 12-hour period particularly, though. Quality 3 herbs at ludicrous prices right now. And they're basically just going to disappear. Once the flask hour hits later, it's going to be mental monies. It's going to be fun. I've pre-crafted most of my stuff now though, so the market can do whatever it likes from this point on. I'm set. Right, let's grab some treasures real quick. We've got 2 leatherworking treasures. Make our way over to Merildar. I think it's called Merildar, isn't it? Grab our knowledge point book. People are crafting like crazy. I mean, for good reason, right? Like, today is literally going to be one of the biggest demand days of the expansion. First expansion launch of Mythic Plus. First expansion's launch of Mythic Raiding. Today, first vault of the expansion. It, like, literally is all landing on one day. People are going to finally start getting some gear that they might actually care about. And when people get gear they care about, they tend to be significantly more comfortable spending gold on it. Whether that be gemming it, enchanting it, whatever. Chickens! Look at all them chickens. Boom, chickens. Get wrecked. I didn't turn war mode on, did I? You should recalculate on exquisite bolts. Your maths was wrong. Maybe. This was napkin maths of converting cloth into bolts. I had it at 1 to 3 roughly. It's the number I keep in my head anyway. Where's he spitting stuff? I can't see where he's spitting. There we go. Oh, I missed it. Oh well, we got some of them. Hang on. Was that both leatherworking ones already? Christmas. Speedy. With 2 bolts at about 100 gold each, plus the 1 dust at 318, you're paying like 550 per exquisite bolt, and you get 400 for selling it. No. Whoa. No. You are miles off on those numbers, by the way. You're entirely forgetting that multi-craft and resourcefulness is a thing. Multi-craft and resourcefulness is literally what makes that market money. Yes, if you just take it on 1 button press produces 1 thing, sure. But I can proc up to like 7 on a single multi-craft. Before you even take into consideration resourcefulness.
Sparring with you would teach them much.
Void lit leatherworking, there we go.
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
Yeah, your napkin maths is like the first layer of napkin maths. Now you need to add on multicraft. Now you need to add on resourcefulness before you actually get close to your per item crafting cost. I can probably just hearth straight back now, actually thinking about it. Big boy deep pockets maths then. It's just maths. This is why people have got to be a little bit careful when you use things like Craft Sim, because Craft Sim will tell you what your average profit is, but you might need to look at just how many times you need to press the craft button before you might get near that average. You're never going to get anywhere near the Craft Sim's reported averages pressing the button once or twice. You need to be pressing the button 1,000 times plus in most cases to get like as close to those mathematical averages. There's very rarely going to be a case where you'll get the reported profits just pressing it once or twice. I'm not really on the greatest of characters to showcase this right now, but for example, what you can do when you are looking at something like this, okay, let me try and find something that looks a little bit nicer. So Carapace backed hide, for example, is showing that there's a bit of a profit here, but if you are looking to get this expected profit, you might need to craft a huge amount of times to actually get near this mathematical average. So you can look at the statistics, for example. The statistics tab will show you that after one single craft, you've actually only got about a 50% chance of making this profit. You can craft 1,000 times, and you'll be at that average pretty much. 100 crafts will get you about 83% chance to be around this expected profit. And you can also see how it breaks this down and how it works this out. So I've got a 71% chance when I press the button of not getting a resourcefulness, not getting a multi-craft proc, which technically means I lose gold. If I don't get a proc of either of these, I'm losing gold. Sure. But there's a 20% chance I proc resourcefulness. And if I proc resourcefulness, I'd make 80 gold on average on the savings that you get. And once again, that's on average. It's not going to be 80 gold every time, but it's on average. If you proc just multi-craft, that's the biggest win. You make an awful lot. And if you less than 2% chance where you proc both multi-craft and resourcefulness, then you make the big bucks. But this is what Craft Sim does. This does all of this maths for you so that you don't technically need to do it yourself. But it still should be, you should be aware that you often will have to craft huge amounts of a thing before you get this mathematically to average out. If you press the button if you only make 10 things, for example, if I was only to craft 10 of these, I wouldn't make 340 gold. I'd actually only have a 60% chance of making any profit at all. So you've got to be slightly careful. This is why I tend to recommend that most people don't totally rely on these sorts of things. Because yeah, you are right. Sometimes you need big boy pockets to craft enough to actually get those mathematical averages. And until you've crafted enough, you could either just be lucky or unlucky. But if you craft at a big enough scale, you remove luck from the equation. Right. Is that everything knowledge point wise with leatherworking? Does that mean we can slap a bunch more points in here? Full 12 more points in here. Shit, we can nearly max this node out. Do I want to stop there? What's the benefit? 20 skill when crafting Nerubian, ingenuity, 5% less concentration. Well, the 20 skill is clearly useful. Does that now mean we can... No, not quite. We need that extra 20 skill to cross the finish line, don't we? That's annoying. Where do I get 4 more knowledge points from with leatherworking? Ha! I buy 4 of these, don't I? That's how I do that. I buy 4 of these recipes I don't have and I craft them. What's the damage on doing that? Is it going to be worth me doing just so then I can say it's done?
My directive is to serve you.
Recipes, leatherworking, uncollected only. I mean, some of these are not outrageous. What are you doing there? That's classic. Go away. We'll have one of them. Chainmail. One of them.
directive has been fulfilled.
Here we go. 4 recipes. Craft 1 of each. Oh shit, I had 2 knowledge points here. Okay, well I only needed to buy 2 recipes. Well, now I've got them, I suppose. It's only gold, who cares? Here's to making sure I haven't got anything else casually lying about that... Have I clicked this button? I have clicked this button. Okay. Well, I only need to craft 2 of those now. Spark gear. Oh shit. Oh no, I've got some of these. Nice. Go. Whoa, 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 what are we doing? One of you. I'm writing an app to keep track of realm-bound items for exactly that reason. It fetches all of the auctions in the EU every 30 minutes and displays it on a web page. Pretty alpha at the moment. Undermine Exchange is too clunky for that. It only displays the information when you navigate into the item. If you're fetching all of the auctions from the EU every 30 minutes, you might fall into a problem that Blizzard only updates its API every hour, which is the reason why all of the other websites only update once an hour as well. Now, of course, I don't know how you're scraping your auctions, but most people just use the Blizzard API. I know, but I don't want to miss the point when Blizzard updates the information. Oh, I see, okay. I do wonder if you'll hit some throttle limit, though. I know Blizzard's quite strict on that. Sounds interesting, though. Oh, I need to craft one more thing. Why are these selling for so much? No idea. Boom. 30, 60, 90. 30, 60, 90. 180 leatherworking knowledge points already. Holy shit, we're only a few weeks into the expansion. I should probably craft these anyway for first time craft, shouldn't I? Did buy the flipping recipe. Don't be using big boy ones, that's mental sauce. Use the basic ones. Odds on me just disenchanting that gear, probably. Who knows? I have a decision to make. Where do I go next, actually? Maybe we'll figure that out in a minute. Blizzard only limits the number of requests you make, not how big they are. As I can fetch the entire EU data with only 1 request, I'm fine. It's 80 megabytes of data each time, though. Okay. Maybe bandwidth becomes your problem. Now I understand why TSM has bandwidth problems from time to time. I'm quite sure that gets expensive, right? Why was I even here? Oh, I know why I was here. I was going to see if we were going to craft any leatherworking stuff. This was meant to be the let's quickly do this before we do some tailoring situation, wasn't it?
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
I'm suspecting there may not be so much to play with here, but if there is something, we'll have a little bit of a tinker. Little dabble. I need to quickly, actually. Maybe a quick cancel scan over here. I need to refill the war bank. Is leatherworking the most profitable, or is it just a means to the end if you're a leather or mail wearing toon? Oh, leatherworking is definitely not the most profitable, but you know, it's another thing to craft. It's another thing to sell. My goal with the War Within has been diversification. I didn't want to hardcore focus on one market, because if that one market then crashes and burns, your whole operation crashes and burns. This is why I've set up every single profession, and I've min-maxed every single profession on a separate character, so that I'm at least in 8 different markets. And within each of those characters, you know, I've mostly focused on stuff that's region-wide auction house. So it's reagents for the most part, intermediates. I've not done any work order stuff. I've not done any profession gear stuff. But it means the laundry list of things I can craft and sell every day is now quite big, meaning that on any given day there's usually something that's worth focusing on. And you know, if you're selling 10 different items, you only need, you know, 1 or 2 of them to be very profitable to make up for the fact that some of the others might not be that profitable. Dragonflight, I went far too laser focused. I basically picked like 2 professions and went crazy on 2 professions, and it worked to a degree, but I wanted to try something different for the War Within. Are we at a point yet where I want to start selling my top tier flasks? Ooh, they're starting to... Some people are starting to position themselves where they think the market's going. That's interesting. Q2s are still racking up. 800 gold a piece, pretty sizable price on those. Sorry if I'm squinting to see the text, I'm sure you guys are as well, but the only number that matters is these 2 down here, isn't it really? 500,000 gold of sales an hour when I'm literally pressing the post button once every 10 minutes is probably not bad going. I can live with that. Right, let's check what's going on over here then. Do we want any carapace backed hides? Now my interest is mostly in the big stuff, because I have the ability to make the big stuff. That is not looking overly favourable. Like, whoa! What the hell happened here? Somebody came in and said, you know what? Yoink. Somebody saw me coming. Holy shit. Somebody reset the entire quality 3 sunless carapace market. Skinners, go. Skinners, go. Well, that's in essence, that's a really good way to solidify this entire market to yourself then. Because that's going to block a lot of people out. That's quite fun. Do we then look at an alternative of maybe the quality 2 market? Even that's not looking great right now, because the same thing appears to have happened here. The prices of these are not that favourable. Quality 2s. Is somebody yeah, somebody's tanking the price on this to make it look not very attractive as well. That's fine. They won't last 10 minutes. I've got a lot of experience selling these. I know that they won't last very long. Now, do we in the Q2 market? Probably not tinker with that all too much. How come the Hone Bone Shards are 18 gold on EU? They're nearly 100 gold each on NA. They're expensive on NA, clearly. Do I want to brute force my way into this just to have a little bit more stock? How much of this have I got? I've got a fair amount of these at quality 2 already. And I've got a handful of the quality 3 ones. Am I actually selling much of them? Yes, they are selling. There's only 8k worth on the auction house, and I've sold 93,000 gold worth in the last hour. So they are selling. Numbers wise, these look to be a combination of both the quality 3s and the quality 2s. Maybe it's just that these are going to sell through before things go bonkers. Not many people are going to be able to turn up and recraft into that market right now. But what's the overall numbers? Look, oh, it's walled off here. Once this stockpile depletes, there's room for it to grow. But it's not profitable to craft this very second. Do we want to ignore that fact and go for it anyway? Leatherworking's been a really interesting one. It's usually a good market to like churn some turnover, but these intermediate ones, the ones that are made off the back of the carapace backed hides, are very 50-50 most days. Some days they're profitable, some days they're not. And I haven't paid anywhere near enough attention to exactly what crafts are using these to determine why. Now I know, actually, one thing I know for a fact is that my numbers are not particularly accurate because I haven't got the right flipping tool equipped. 33 gold per craft doesn't particularly interest me though. These are expensive enough where you actually start throwing... I can't remember the trick here. Is the trick here to get it down to quality 2 and then do some shenanigans with it? Is the trick to use pentagold reviews and quality 2s? Yeah, those still don't quite math out, do they? Doesn't quite math out. So the other play is to use Q3 everything and use mirror dust on them. Are they not quite expensive enough to use mirror dust on? That doesn't seem to add much value at all. Why is that not working as expected? This is why I don't trust numbers. Well, in fact, it's mostly got to do with the fact that this is actually fucking busted. So maybe we ignore that for a minute completely. Do I have any carapace Q3s? Oh, I've got like 100 of them. That's not going to get me very far at all, is it? Oh, I've got some. Not a lot, though. Still casually 200,000 gold worth of materials. That I'm just dismissing as some, but not enough. What about these things? These are often a missed opportunity by others. Flipping out, 642 gold per craft. Are you mad? No, don't be silly. Don't be silly. 900 gold per? Don't be silly. Flipping hell's going on there. Alright then.
My thanks for your patronage.
Sure. I should have probably checked that that's not a reset price, but it's good enough. Oh, somebody reset these to 1,000 gold apiece. That's probably why. Alright, whatever. Let's go. Take advantage of a reset while we can. Oh, did somebody buy out our flasks? That's intriguing. Oh, they're the quality 2 flasks. Oh, somebody's done a reset on the quality 2 variations of these. That's fun. Shenanigans is happening. It's starting. That's a rather large amount at a very specific price. That is what we call a wall. Holy shit. It's like 20% of the entire market just sat there. I wonder what's going to happen to these today. I might regret not buying any of these, but I've been convinced it's a bit of a swizz. But I might have been wrong. I'd much rather not invest in something because I believed it was a bubble and then be wrong. I'd much rather miss an opportunity than invest deep into something and then it go pop and lose a shitload of gold. I don't want another Dracothis situation on my hands, let's put it that way. Right. How many of these did we craft? We didn't actually craft too many of these. Flasks are starting to go. Flasks are happening. Maybe we need to be a little bit more aggressive with our reposts. Flasks are definitely happening. Exquisite bolts, sanctified alloys. Go on, I want to see this number say a mil. $8.18. $8.50. Getting there. I'm not sure we're actually going to craft particularly much more leatherworking stuff right now. We're going to need to let the market stabilize a little bit before we go too crazy on that one. We can get those listed though. There's tokens worth of gold. Right, I think I've avoided it for a while, but I might need to look at tailoring now. I've held off for long enough. It's time to start crafting some tailoring stuff. Today, none of my flips and crafts are profitable. Did you think they come back based on previous experience? By the way, first add-on where I want to start something with goal making. Well, obviously I can't really comment in much detail without knowing what it was you did, but the Team EU especially, it hasn't even really begun yet. Like, obviously we've had the reset, but it's this evening when things go crazy, when everybody heads off to Mythic Plus and to do their raid and that sort of stuff. Let's look at some tailoring. Let's have a little looky then. So let's I need to recalculate my potential numbers on this. Do I have 2 tools for tailoring? I do. Meaning I can technically unravel. Do I need to do my unraveling numbers again? Is it worth me doing my unraveling numbers again now that I am full build?
And peruse my inventory.
I wonder when I last... Have I redone my numbers since being full build? Let me do a quick little test just for maths purposes.
I have an extended supply of goods.
Let me take... If I take 1,000 of this...
My directive has been
1,000 bolts. 1,000 cloth, sorry. If it doesn't get too juiced up with other stuff, which it might. Do I have any Q3 spools lying around that are going to break numbers? Yes, of course I do.
My directive is to serve you.
Put you in here for a minute, so you don't break my numbers. Do I have any Q3 bolts lying about? No.
My thanks for your patronage.
So... crafting speed buff. Probably going to need to be over by the table. We're going to take this 1,000 cloth. We're going to unravel it. Using resourcefulness tool. I've got other cloth in my bag, so I've got to be really careful I don't what's the word? Contaminate the test. Slum Shark is going crazy at the moment too. I've not looked at cooking in any way, shape or form. I'm going to assume that Slum Shark goes into a feast or something like that, right? That to me is the only reason why that would be going mental. Main stat feasts, okay. Yeah, I've not paid a single minute's worth of attention to cooking this expansion. Not for any particular reason. Well, in fact, no, that's a lie. There's a very specific reason why I've not paid any attention to cooking. It's because I thought it was looking cool, and then they went and fucked it all up about 2 minutes before the expansion launched, so I was like, nah, forget it. I didn't even finish writing my guide for cooking. I was like, nah. You had something good on the go there, Blizzard, and then Soul releases a spreadsheet and you decide that it's too hard and you delete it all. I was really annoyed. This is looking like it's going to produce nearly 3,000, somewhere in the region of 3,000 spools from a single stack of weaver cloth. Which then those 3,000 spools should turn into 300, 330-ish. Yeah, I think it's still a 3-to-1 cloth to bolt conversion if you do it all yourself. Although by the time I take the resourcefulness and the multi-craft, we might be able to extract a little bit more from it now. They went the Uber Eats approach to cooking. Yeah, it was looking so good. They literally snatched victory from the. They were so close. Snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Having, you know, basic food going into like tier 2 food going into tier 3 food, tier 3 food going into feasts would have made the entire system like you would have added layers of potential profit into each stage of the process, and you could have had basic cooks out there that weren't fully skilled, that didn't have their chef's hat and didn't have their rolling pins and all that, producing the basic stuff, which then could have been bought up by higher tier cooks, which could have then been crafting the feast and stuff like that. They almost had it good. They almost got it right. And then 2 minutes before the expansion went live, they were like, no, that's far too complicated for cooking, and simplified it all down to cook meat, make feast, which was dumb in my opinion. Okay, we can squeeze out a few more crafts here with our resourcefulness procs, which has actually pushed us past the 3,000 spool number. Okay. So now we've got to turn the spawns into bolts. Now, I basically ignore the moss wool thread if I'm brutally honest. But 1, 2, 3,000 something or other. This is the problem I'm going to have, that I'll have a shitload of this already in my banks, clearly. Which is meaning if I press the craft all button, it's going to go horribly wrong, isn't it? I want to use just the stuff. Let me just post it somewhere.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
It's not in my bank. It must be in the war bank. I want this lot to carefully not get contaminated. But I just want to send that somewhere quickly, so it doesn't get consumed in crafting accidentally and screw everything up. I mean, fuck it, we'll just put it on the auction house, I suppose.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
I mean, we'll put it there. If it sells, it sells. No biggie. Right, now we turn the 3,266 into bolts. 3,266. Turn that into bolts. There's not going to be a more optimal way to do it. Well, definitely putting multi-craft tool on is a more optimal way to do it. Go, go, gadget, go. Where the flipping hell are they going? Oh, no, shit, I had bolts here. Now I have fucking no idea how many I had. Ah, that's exactly what I was trying to avoid doing. Anybody know how big this stack was before I started crafting then? Shit. Shit. Check the stream. Check the stream. God bless YouTube and its ability to pause and rewind and do magic things. View channel. Live. $649. I had 649. There's me trying to be fucking scientific. 649. So we've made 23 so far. Thank you, Team YouTube. You got there faster than me.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
I tried so hard to science that properly. Nearly ballsed it all up completely. Okay. Right, now we turn all of these spools into bolts, and we see what we're left with. And that will give us a nice, easy conversion from 1,000 weaver cloth into X amount of bolts. I'm pretty sure it's about a 1 to 3, but it's 300 plus resourcefulness. It could be more than that actually now, with stacking resourcefulness and multicraft. My numbers might be a bit old. Right, whilst that's doing its thing though, I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. Right, where do we get to? Yo, it looks like my numbers could have been way off. Like, actually mental level way off. That, that 1 to 3 number was not correct. It's closer to 1 to 1 at this point. Holy shit. Oh my god, I'm going to need to put this tailor on a separate account, you know. This tailor's going to sit on a separate, going to need to sit on a separate account and just be chunking like 24 hours a day. What's going on in our flask markets then? 860 on the Flask of Alchemical Chaos. Starting to see some big numbers of stock appear. Big Dick Flasks still holding strong at this sort of price point. Not surprised in any way, shape or form that these aren't moving though. It's not flask season particularly. Sanctified alloys, the number seems to be going down. It's still being walled off at 6.4. I'll take 6.4 all day long though. When it comes to recrafting them though, that could be a different story. Reagents, I'm intrigued to see what dust and stuff is doing. Storm dust is at 317 a piece now. Crystals, shards, surprisingly not much movement in these numbers. Enchanting must be interesting today. Can we get that mill number? That mill number's the one we'd like to see. It is only like, well, it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon for me, which means mainland Europe it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, UK it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's not really go season yet. But if we can maintain an easy million gold an hour right now, it could quite easily be 3, 4, 5 million gold an hour this evening, which could be silly. I don't have enough stock to support that kind of sales for very long either. We might hit 500 bolts here, which is massive. Then that means it's actually only 2 to 1. That makes a huge difference. And my gear's not even fully bis. I have a stupid quality 3 artisans tailoring coat. We could do with that being Q5, to be fair. We got 485 before we used our resourcefulness procs. So if we then chunk in, add on our resourcefulness procs, we're basically, oh okay, that's kind of cool. This means I can change my numbers. My inner maths is now 2 pieces of cloth, 1 bolt, once processed. And processing it yourself doesn't take that long as you don't need stupid amounts of it. It's actually better than 2 to 1. Okay, that's cool. Now we know. Boom. Boom. 2 to 1 cloth to bolts. Well, that does that changes my numbers pretty significantly. We then go take a little bit of a looky at the old cloth market. We can say, ignoring whatever the price of the spools are, because we can do all that shenanigans ourselves, we can basically say that we can take 2 pieces of weaver cloth at 43 gold a piece. We wanted to buy 20,000 of that. 43 gold a piece, multiply it by 2, you're looking at 90 gold. 90 gold is your crafting cost, where they're then selling out for 113 gold a piece. Minus auction house fee. Minus auction house fee of, let's say, 6 gold on that. You're looking at 106 as opposed to 90. It's actually only 16 gold profit per item. Which I don't know how long it took us then to create 500, but it certainly wasn't long. 500 multiplied by 16 gold is 8,000 gold, and it took us 15 minutes. That's actually not great, is it? That's like 30k an hour converting cloth into bolts. 30k an hour is not great. It's better than farming, sure, but in fact it's probably not even half of what you can get by farming right now. But the point is it's there as an option if you do it yourself. When we then take that further and we take those bolts and we make them into exquisites, we'd be looking at throwing some dust at the mix on top of that. Then you're at current auction house prices looking at, this is assuming you're buying your dust right here, right now, and don't already have some. 60 gold a piece per exquisite bolt. Okay. If you scale them all up, we had 500. We made 500 in like 10 minutes. 500 in 15 minutes. We can churn through 2,000 weaver cloth bolts an hour. Potentially. That's 1,000 exquisite, plus your multicraft, plus your resourcefulness. 58 gold a piece times 1,300. So you got 58 gold a piece times 1,300-ish. Okay, it's about 90,000 gold an hour crafting exquisite weavercloth bolts right now, if you do it from scratch. Can't argue, really. I understand why Zan's doing it 8 hours a day. And that's just the quality 3 market, by the way. This is why it's somewhat valuable to just have a tailor just doing it all day long. Where in the world are you for it to be 3 PM? Finland. Finland. A green tailor's taking 30k of weaver cloth into 40k of bolts with the press of 1 button. Then do whatever AFK, I'll take it. Oh yeah, see, this is it, right? It's as close to passive income as you can get, I suppose. But the criticism for me, personally, right now, is that's quite cool. No problems with that. But it's because my tailor is on the same account as all my other crafters, this is actually not the most lucrative use of my time right now. It's something that I can definitely go, right, do it, go away for an hour, come back, and, you know, I'm a bit richer. But if I'm actively playing, it's not usually the best thing for me to be churning out right now. I'd be better off focusing on flasks. It's not when you have to spend an hour cancel scanning to sell it all. Well, this is the advantage of having a second account, you know. I'm kind of wombo comboing even that, right? I occasionally post stuff and it, you know, periodically is selling through. We're doing 1 million gold an hour in sales just sort of passively in the background with a couple of posts. I can't remember the last time I pressed the cancel scan button. So it's not strictly cancel scanning, it's just injecting small quantities on a, you know, minute by minute basis. This is something that only really works like 1 or 2 weeks a year. So sometimes you just got to get it done. Sometimes you just got to do it. Do I want to take a bunch of this? I could do with some more weaver cloth bolts in order to make a bunch of these. Maybe I'll just make all the exquisites I can while I've got it now. Is there any other markets that I want to take a little bit of a look at in more detail before I actually craft some tailoring bolts for a while? Probably not. I think I'm relatively safe to get the factory going for tailoring for half an hour at least. Mostly because I want the excuse to heat up some of my leftover pizza from yesterday. Question is, do I do quality 1s or do I do quality 3? Let's do the big ones. Big ones, big money. Big ones, big money. Big ones, big money. Crafting speeds, crafting speeds. Sure. I don't have the weaver buff, but what are you going to do? I think I can leave that churning for a minute now. Whilst that's doing its thing. legit took me 2 hours to sell 12k Weavercloth bolts. So I was getting instantly undercut in the thousands, even posting in small batches. I just never bothered again after that. When items are so rapidly being sold, the need to be the cheapest is a, what's the word? It's a facade. You don't strictly need to be the cheapest. You can post them in a big batch and then walk away. Sometimes it's what's the phrase that's used? A watched pot never boils or something, is kind of quite true with fast moving items like that. That if you just post a shitload and walk away, like close the auction house, walk away, you'll come back in a couple of hours and they'll have all sold, right? They'll have all sold. The more people that are consistently cancel scanning against each other, it's just making noise most of the time. It's literally just making noise. All it is potions being, you know, things are being posted on top of each other, 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 and then people cancel a bunch, and then they do it again. It's just noise. Whereas if you just post a bunch and walk away, when there's a lot of demand in that market anyway, there's a strong chance that you'll come back an hour or two later and they'll have just all sold. And you've not actually then had to put any effort in. You don't strictly need to babysit most markets, especially materials. If you have two accounts, for example, you can easily babysit it a little bit, but I certainly wouldn't, you know, at the cost of doing anything else, just literally sit there and cancel scan. Not on material markets anymore. That used to be what you had to do, like back in Shadowlands with legendaries, for example, because there wasn't that many sales. And what you were doing by cancel scanning was you were improving your odds that yours was the item that would sell when somebody came in and bought. But materials, it's like they are permanently being purchased 24 hours a day right now. So post a batch, walk away, you'll be good. I didn't want to piss away all that gold on the deposit for thousands. Most materials, are not, like the deposit on materials is pennies. Not to mention, every time you post some and then cancel them, you're actually losing that deposit fee. I mean, it is only pennies in most cases. You've got to be slightly careful on some stuff, but if you're selling enough, you couldn't care less about deposit fees. I need to go put the oven on because I need to reheat some pizza. Struggling making any profit from enchanting without using concentration. I have the best tools, fully spec'd into supplementary shattering, resourceful residue, rings, chest enchants. Am I doing something wrong? I don't know. I'm not actually, it's one market I'm not super heavy in, is the enchanting market. My enchanter is a little bit more broad. My enchant is mostly focused. My first question is, are you trying to craft quality 3 enchants, or are you just focusing on quality 2? By the fact that you claim you're using concentration, I'm going to assume that you're trying to do the quality 3 ones. Quality 3s. I can't really, like I said, I'm not actually in the market, so I can't give any definitive answer. I would question, though, that there is rarely a case where people sell shit for free, right? Nobody is giving stuff away. if you are BIS, if you are absolutely min-maxed and you are unable to make profit, there is only one conclusion there, and that's that somebody else has a cheaper crafting price than you still. Whether that be that they, you know, have a supply of materials that maybe they bought 10 million flipping storm dust a week ago when it was half the price, for example. This is the only scenario at that point. But that is assuming that you are actually min-maxed. Certain quality 3 markets are going to be heavily focused on by concentration crafters, yes. But the point is that those concentration alts can probably produce 1 or 2 enchants a day. I know a lot of people like to, you know, the Goblin community has a bit of a disillusion that everybody has 20 alts. When you got to remember that the Goblin community is a very small niche, very small audience of players in the first place. Sure, a bunch of them might have alt armies and a bunch of them might have 10, 20 characters, but that still is completely dwarfed by the scale of everybody else that's playing. So the concentration armies, I don't think are ever going to, or at least not short term, ever be able to actually meet the demand for certain items. You're going to still need the max materials, max quality crafters to fulfill the demand of most of the market. At least this very early phase in the season. I would assume more so than anything, it's that, especially with enchanting, that there are probably people out there with guild banks full of materials that they've bought ages ago in preparation for today. And I would guess that their crafting cost could be as much as half what yours is if you're looking at the material prices today as well. But you know, it's always, you can never know for sure. Oh, hang on, we've lost our speed buff here. We've lost our speed buff. Go again. Go, go, gadget, go. Oh, somebody's bought a bunch of our flasks. Is that an indication the flask market is switched on its head? Are these at, is that an indication we've had a reset on the flask market? Yep, there it is. I knew that was going to happen at some point soon. Now we can start competing. I was waiting for somebody to do that. I was waiting for that to happen. I still think that was a bit... whoever did that, I think it was a bit early. I'm not going to lie, I think that was a bit early. Your timing's a touch off, whoever did that reset. I mean, fair play for giving it a go, though. But I think by the time... you might need to do it again later today. I don't think they're going to hold at that price. Unless that is that the herbs have just gone absolutely bananas. Reagents, herbs... 520, 175, 282, 407. I mean, that is brutal, by the way. 500 plus for a single herb is madness. Plenty of Blessing Blossoms turned up again, actually, by the looks of things. Look, after we hoovered up a bunch of Blessing Blossom earlier, a few people have turned up with some stock, some supplies. See how long that lasts. Everybody using their concentration alts for big crafts. You can't compete against the whole region wide of people casually producing a million quality 3 tier enchants. See, this is what I think is a massive misconception. I think people are disillusioned by, you know, the bubble that we live in as goblins, right? You know, a lot of us here know people who have 10, 20 alts. But you step outside the Goblin community, you step into the Mythic Plus community, or you step into the PvP community, or you step into the raiding community, communities that are significantly larger, and you ask anybody if they even play with professions, and they're like, no, sold in the auction house, we just buy it, mate. Like, the reality is yeah, there's lots of us that have lots of characters and produce lots of stuff, but that is a fraction of what is actually needed by everybody else. There will come a point where those concentration armies will be able to, like, out-supply the demand, but the demand is going to have to come significantly down for them to be able to do it. That said, the price of quality 3 anything right now does limit the amount of people that are willing to buy them. There are some markets out there where the quality 2 markets are actually the more profitable markets, just purely because everybody buys the quality 2 instead of the quality 3, because the quality 3 is just too goddamn expensive for some people. Weirdly, the flask market is looking kind of like that. If you take a look at not that. Whoa, what's going on here? If you take a real quick look at, in fact, do that one. If you take a look at the flask of Tempered Mastery at the moment right now, you can see Q2s are 700 gold apiece, but the Q3s are 4,200 gold apiece. Now, the difference between the two, for most players, is minuscule. What, 2600 mastery up to 2800 mastery. It's like a 10% increase in stats, but it's 4 times the price. Or more than 4 times the price. Nearly, 7 or 8 times the price. A lot of people just won't buy the quality 3s because they're too expensive. So there's lots of factors at play here, but overall I tend to think that there's EU is very competitive. Prices are always significantly tighter in EU, but I equally think that this is literally day 1 of Mythic Plus being out. We have not seen demand yet. We have not even seen what demand is yet. Everything up until this point has been sort of like, just like a few sales here or there. When everybody logs on tonight, when everybody opens their vault, when everybody gets a piece of gear that they care about, when everybody gets to go do their Mythic Plus, when they start pushing keys, when they enter and start killing actual bosses, people start getting gear that they genuinely care about. That's when I think the floodgates will open. That's when people will be like, right, now I need my gems, now I need my enchants, I need my potions, and I need my flasks to go get the gear that I want, and then I need my potion, then I need my consumables after to make them really spicy. We have not seen demand yet. So, patience, my young Padawans. It's all still to come. We're selling a crap ton of potions in Dragonflight rank 2, add 10x the sell rate of rank 3s. Yeah, price puts people off buying the top stuff. We all know the keyboard warriors on the forums will try their best to tell everybody that anything but top quality is dog shit, but I imagine most of them don't actually put their money where their mouth is. I suspect most of those exact same people saying that they will only ever, anything but the best is useless, are the very same people that are probably buying all the quality 2 stuff because the quality 3 is too expensive. Casual stack of 20 flasks, don't mind if I do. If I want to skill up a craft, what is best to use? Low tier materials compared to the high chance of skill up. Oh, yeah, the chance of skill up's the same. If you're leveling your professions, always use the cheapest materials. Don't waste your gold, because you're usually producing trash at that point anyway. I wonder what my play is with sanctified alloys, you know. Is my play to slow down on the sales of my sanctified alloys in favour of the assumption that they might go to the moon this evening? I don't have that many sanctified alloys. Now, that's not to say I couldn't go out and make more, but as it currently stands, I'm wondering if there's a big choke point here, and the quantity actually doesn't seem to be moving that heavily, either up or down. Sanctified alloys are going to get hoovered up when people decide they want a new piece of gear, though, isn't it? That's the number one reason why people are wanting sanctified alloys. Do they go into anything that's not just gear? They're all consumed entirely every time somebody wants to craft a piece of gear, excluding the ignition satchel. So their sale is entirely based upon somebody making something. So you gotta let people get their sparks. And then they're used in big quantities when people are looking at making... So I want to really be listing them at least 10 at a time, don't I, really? Just to make sure that anybody that comes along and buys a stack of 10 to make a thing. Oh no, that's the charged alloy, sorry. The sanctified's not as many. Okay. That means to me that it's still early for the sanctified alloys. I mean, they're profitable at 6,200 anyway, so maybe I shouldn't be too greedy. Maybe I should just take the profit and run. Take the profit and run, and we can always craft some more if needs be. How's this going? 50k, 40k. Next week is third spark, so maybe then. Is it only half a spark week this week? Is it only half a spark week? I don't keep up with all of this because I couldn't care less, but I only care about it from a perspective of what can I sell and when. Every week is half a spark week, but this is like a 0.5 week. Is the oven? Oh, let's go put my pizza in the oven. Can you put cardboard in an oven? Is cardboard in an oven safe? Does cardboard go boom in the oven? I don't think it does it? Somebody Google when does cardboard go boom? Not good. It will eventually combust. What is the combustion temperature of cardboard? Cardboard is made 425 to 475 Fahrenheit. Why? I don't flipping know what that is. Give me centigrade. Give me that in centigrades. I don't know. Maybe I won't risk it. if you like your pizza smoky. What is 425 Fahrenheit in centigrades? 258 degrees centigrade. Ah, oh, see, that's fine. Heat your oven to 170. Don't even have to take your pizza out the box. It's all good. The glue will seep into it. What do you mean glue? It's a cardboard box. There's no glue on it. It's fine. I put it on a metal tray anyway. Soak it in gasoline first. That's it. Dip it in petrol. Give it that mwah, that je ne sais quoi. Pizza at 175, you might as well microwave it. No, this is reheating pizza. It's not cooking it fresh. I'm just trying to get it hot, not like actually cook it. Oh, donkey. I've not even been listing half my flipping flasks. No wonder our sales are only 1.4 mil. Lol. I got 600k worth of stuff that's not sold. It's time to do a cancel scan. I think I've done a cancel scan all day. $180 in an air fryer, 4 minutes. I don't own an air fryer. I tend to think an air fryer is just a mini oven. And I've got a big oven. Why do I need a mini one? Yeah, electricity bills, I get it, but like... What has the easiest time playing? Frosty K? Oh, I ain't got no clue. Welcome in, by the way, but you're clearly new, because if you were regular, you'd know that I am not the person to ask that question to. I wish you best in your adventures finding out, though. Get a pan, place a little bit of water in the pan, place the pizza on the pan, cover it. Do it for 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, I often do it like reheat pizza in a frying pan. I'm in the studio, not my main kitchen though, so I don't have quite the same facilities in here. Are these even in a group? These are in a group. I think about air fryers as blue profession tools. I don't have it and I want it. Can you shuffle to get an air fryer? These things are actually selling at like 900 gold a piece. Lol. I'm hoping I haven't put all my eggs in one alchemy-shaped basket today. I do seem to have significantly more alchemy-related stock than anything else. But, especially if we convert this into, when we open this up to not one bag. These are all, you know, smushed down so that they all look like one, but this is like 10 different, 15 stacks of this. Right, these bolts are just money. This is just consistent money. I might actually take some of these and get them sent over, because we can at least start selling them. Where did they go? There we go. We can at least start getting some of them sold. grab those. I always get that warm feeling when I click on post after TSM says undercutting competition. Bank this. I don't feel the need to press that button too often though. Don't have to feel like you press the button too quickly. Boom! Weaver cloth bolts. Instant sales. Literally instant sales. Oh shit, how long am I meant to be leaving this in the oven for? See? Distractions. Ah, it's not even bubbling yet. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I actually... Stupid. I bought a rug for under my chair, and I fucking hate it. Now my chair doesn't move properly on the floor. But I realised I was slowly wearing a hole in the wooden flooring, which is not great. I've got a Philips with Rabid air technology. Well, that's a typo. Rabid air technology. Have some disease at speed. Have you got the Weaver's craft speed buff yet? No, I haven't, no. No, that means I got to piss around playing with Weavers. Ain't got time for that. Where's my other account gone? I'm messed around. I haven't done any of that business. I don't think I've completed even half the quests in the zone, to be honest. I've barely touched that zone at all. Kind of unbelievable with Zan camping Weaver cloth. The point is it just goes to show just how much of a demand there is in this market. That, you know, somebody can easily be crafting many hours a day permanently with every advantage, every buff, and still never have anywhere near enough stock. I wouldn't even want to know how many exquisite Weavercloth bolts I've actually crafted and sold since the expansion's launched, but it's easily been one of my biggest sellers. Biggest doesn't necessarily mean most profitable, but oh my god, the amount of these I've crafted and sold is in the tens of thousands, if not more at this point. Will be interesting to see the market the weekend. While I've got a few days to cash in and cash out, because I'm actually away for the weekend, so I'm not going to be getting to do much. Well, at least I'm probably not even going to turn the computer on Saturday. I might get a bit of time Sunday evening, but I've got a few days to have a bit of a play. I'm going to miss most of the weekend though. I don't mind too much though. I've definitely noticed that there is we are getting to the point where I've decided that I've been playing this game too much recently. Taking Saturday, Sunday and Monday off streaming was a wake up for my body. It was like, oh, you're relaxing now. Woo! It was quite nice actually to take a few days without doing anything. It was a small lesson to be learned that not to push it. Right. I think at this point I'm going to eat the pizza whether it's hot or not. Back in a second. Alrighty. You don't need to sit there watching me eat food. That's weird. That's weird. Mukbangs are always a bit of an odd thing for me. I might disappear for 2 years and come back half the size. Alright, let's move you slightly over to the side all the same. Even at minus 150 per craft, the bolt's a profit? Question mark. Where do you get minus 150 per craft? I should point out that my tailor is like min-maxed. Absolutely min-maxed. I mean, I say that, I'm not actually super duper min-maxed. I've still got some room to move up here, but spec tree wise, I have every knowledge point you can possibly get your hands on. If I wanted to get started actually making profit with professions, would I start with TSM and Craft Sim? No. No. Absolutely, definitely not. You want to 100% understand how stuff works and be able to do it manually. Add-ons like Trade Skill Master, add-ons like Craft Sim, they don't make gold for you. They just help you in the process. You need to understand how to do it from like a core level before you try and use add-ons to like quote unquote make it easier. You absolutely want to do it and understand it like before you try and use add-ons. Only, I don't know, probably less than an hour ago, for example, I did a little bit of a test with tailoring. Just, you know, I bought a bunch of materials, I crafted a bunch of stuff, and I noted down the results. I can then use that data, that information, that knowledge when making decisions further on down the line. It's usually not a great idea to trust add-ons before you know how it's done manually. The wife's also calling, so I'm going to quickly answer and I'll be back in 2. sorry, we're back. We're good. Take a little bit look at K-Chak's videos about concentration builds. He's got a playlist. In fact, that is an absolute cracking idea. You know what we're going to do? You know what we're going to do? Considering I'm trying to eat some food here at the same time. So we're going to do exactly that. We're going to do exactly that. He posted a video yesterday, actually. I'm intrigued what it was. Where's he gone? Best passive gold. In typical fashion, an ad has just started on Team Twitch. Okay, of course it has. Right, well, can we change for a minute? Let's give you guys the link to this. Half of you have probably already seen this. No idea what he's going to talk about in this one, but let's have a little look, shall we? Hang on. Where's your audio gone? Start that again.
Right, guys. Today we are looking at another concentration build. You've been really enjoying these videos, so I'll put you some more out. You've all been asking for an enchanting one for a while. We knew this was a good one. So let's get into it. Besides collecting the profession treasures, this took me probably less than 10 minutes to set up. It cost me about 20,000 gold to set up on the EU. And after I'd used my first set of concentration, I was in profit already. And then obviously
for itself.
Each
Farmed it
subsequent use of concentration is just going to be more and more profit. Like we are doing with all of these concentration builds, the first thing you need to do is collect the 8 profession treasures. As usual, I'm going to have footage running for all those locations, sort of running in the background as I'm talking now. Other thing you need to do is you buy your 10 knowledge faded enchanters knowledge research tome thing from the artisan security vendor. Now, like I tell you with all these videos, you need to diversify and don't just copy the build that I do. There are many different builds you can do with enchanting.
I can absolutely guarantee 90% of people copy his build point for point.
Probably the most diverse. You probably have more choices with enchanting than any of us. So we have 7 different ways that you can go in the profession tree. And on top of that, there's multiple recipes in each one. Additionally, you do pick up, whilst through this leveling process and setting up process, you do pick up additional artisan security from enchanting. So therefore you can actually, if you like, use some of that artisan security to buy some of the recipes, either from the artisan security vendor, because you get profession tool recipes from those, or there's certain boot enchants and things like that that you can buy from various quartermasters around the zones. And this helps. Not many people who are running concentration builds will be doing this, so it helps diversify out. But always sort of check what the material costs are versus the value of a sort of a rank 3 craft to see if it's actually worth it in profitability. The main things you're looking for really are ones that require a large amount of rank 3 materials. Because if the rank 3 materials are not just a large amount but expensive materials, because if they require a large amount of expensive materials, it makes the cost of a rank 3 more expensive to craft with rank 3 materials, and therefore when you're crafting the rank 2 materials you can have more of a profit margin in there. Okay, so we've grabbed our 8 profession treasures. We've grabbed our 10 profession knowledge from our artisan security knowledge tome. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to buy our profession tools. Now, obviously we're just getting the uncommons. On our profession tool this time, we want ingenuity. The reason we want this is because multi-craft does not work with enchants, and so our choices are between resourcefulness and ingenuity. Now, resourcefulness can proc and give you some mirror.
Ooh, Is this something we're going to disagree on? I have a sneaky suspicion I'm going to disagree with this take, but let's see.
Materials back, that's great. But Ingenuity, if you get a proc, it gives you 50% of your concentration back. So when you get a proc, it gives you 50% of your concentration back that you've used to do that concentration craft. So that's fantastic. Basically, that's equivalent to like 5,000 gold if you're doing, say, a 10,000 gold concentration craft. Now, we don't use this with every single one of these concentration builds because multi-craft is better. So say you proc and you get double of something, then you're literally getting an extra one for free, which is a lot more than getting sort of 50% extra. So that's why I always say if you can use multi-craft for something, multi-craft is better. And then if multi-craft doesn't work, then Ingenuity is better for concentration builds.
Okay, right. He was very careful about saying only with concentration builds there. Because yes, in that scenario I can agree that there is room to use Ingenuity if you are literally trying to optimize how many times you can press a button. You are already producing stuff significantly cheaper, and so saving a little bit more is not quite always as important as being able to press the button more frequently. But this is also going to require you to make sure and be super vigilant that you never ever cap out on your concentration.
As far as the setup this one's concerned, it's really easy. So we've got the profession tools, we've got the profession knowledge. What you need to do is you need to go to the auction house. You need to buy about 30 blues. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to the auction house, you're going to click filter, current expansion, you're going to put the minimum item level to 2, and then just sort it by price lowest to highest. And you need to buy about 30 of the cheapest ones. Now you shouldn't be paying more than 200 to 250 gold at this point in the expansion. If they are more expensive than that, then you might need to buy them from another server. What you're then going to do is you're going to go and you're going to disenchant all these. And we're just basically doing it to level up. And then once you've disenchanted all 30 of those, you should have about 30 crystals, you are then going to shatter all those crystals to turn all those crystals into dust. Now that should get you sort of really close to 25 skill if it hasn't got you there already. Now importantly here, as you are disenchanting these, then you can get some fleeting arcane manifestations. You should get 5 of these that are blue, and then once you've had 5 of these, then you can start getting the purple crystal. Once the purple crystal is dropped, then we're all good. If you disenchant the 30 blues and you've not had the 5 blues and the purple crystal extra that give profession knowledge, then you need to disenchant a little bit more because you do need to make sure you get that purple crystal as part of this build. But you should be quite unlucky on RNG to not get that from 30 crafts. So
it's also worth pointing out at this moment that I think the catch-up is now kicked in properly for enchanting, meaning that even if you disenchant more, you might very quickly be able to actually catch up with enchanting, depending on how aggressive the catch-up is. Because you get, can anybody remember what the name of them is? But there's like a green dust, which is a single knowledge point that pops out occasionally when you're disenchanting as well. So you might actually get even more knowledge points.
it shouldn't be a problem for most of you. So like we said, disenchant those 30 or so blues, and then shatter all the crystals you get. Should get you close to 25 skill. If you're not at 25 skill at that point, then you can just use some of that dust you've got just to do some cheap enchants, whichever ones you want, just to get you to 25 skill, and you're done for the leveling process. Because for this build, that is all we need. We only need 25 profession skill and those uncommon profession gear in every slot, and we're good. And that's it. Now, from here, we're going to use all the knowledge items we've got. So you've got the arcane manifestations, you've got the purple crystal, you've got the profession knowledge treasures, and you've got the Artisan's Acuity 10 knowledge book. I went with a spec that was basically like a 10, 13, 20. If you get more knowledge points than this, then you can fill out the bit where I've just put 13 in it. But the important point here, like I said, is to not just copying what I've done on this particular spec. So there are 7 different ways you can go, and each one of them applies to different enchants. So the way I've gone, this is for the chest enchants, and this is fine. If you're going to set up a lot, then do some of these. But there are also weapon enchants, racer enchants, cloak enchants, there's sort of everything here. And that's what you want. You want some diversity, because if you set up 20 of these and everyone else sets up 20 of these, it is not going to be profitable in sort of absolutely no time. So diversify out, and then you can hopefully sort of make some more profit over the long term. Now, the best things to target are the things, like I said, that have a high material cost.
This is part of the reason why I kind of wrestle with making these videos, because I always understand exactly what K-Chak's getting at here. That if everybody does the same thing, everybody loses. And so everybody needs to do slightly different things, so we all go in slightly different directions. But I've been making YouTube videos and doing guides for so long on YouTube now. I also fully understand that the type of person that dives onto one of these videos and actually uses it as a learning tool, 9 times out of 10 just absolutely 100% copies exactly what's in the video. Which makes it really difficult, because you do then feel as if you're just nuking markets. Like, as soon as you make a video about it on YouTube, you know that that market is probably dead within a day. And it's kind of almost a bit of a, I don't know. I feel like making the videos is definitely helpful, as long as people take a little bit more out of the video than just straight up copy pasting it, which is, obviously you can't prevent people from doing that, but yeah, it's hard.
At rank 3, so the things that have a high difference between sort of the rank 2 and the rank 3 costs. This chest enchant I'm crafting with concentration is making 10,000 gold profit, and I've done this with 25 profession skill. And you've seen this, it's just taking literally minutes to set up, besides the time it took to get the profession treasures. Now, I sold the enchants here, and I had a load of dust from the shattering process as well that I'd left over. I sold that as well. And like I said, I was in profit already. And then every time you have your concentration, so sort of every 3 to 4 days, you're going to have, what, 20,000 gold profit a time. I mean, can we guarantee the profit margin is going to stay like this forever? Absolutely not. But, you know, if you're in a situation whereby you are in profit already after you've used your first set of concentration, then that's absolutely fantastic. You cannot beat that whatsoever. But like I said, guys, diversify, diversify, diversify. So you're still going to run the same build. It'll still be like a 10, 13, 20, but where you put the 13 and 20 will depend on what you want to do. So it's really obvious. Just read what the last node says. Some of them say like ring enchant, some of them say like cloak enchant, some of them say profession tool enchant. And literally you just go 10, 13, 20 into whichever one it is you want to do. I'm not guaranteeing that every single enchant you make is going to make 10,000 gold, but you know, we can't complain with that at the moment. That looks great. And that's even on the EU where prices, you know, gem.
So, yeah, this is this is the thing I kind of find with these sorts of guides, is that you know categorically that by the end of the day,
to do.
This is not knocking K-Chak, because you know he's absolutely producing some fantastic videos for people right now, but you know that by the end of the day there'll be 500 more. How many views has this video had? 5,000, over 5,000 views in the last 24 hours. I should point out that's, you know, in the gold making community, there's some really good numbers. But if only 10% of people go out and do this, that's 500 people who are probably going to build exactly this, like 100%. They'll do exactly what was shown in the video, because they'll flip the coin and they'll be like, I could diversify and not know what I'm doing, and I didn't know what I was doing before, or I could do exactly what the YouTuber told me to do, and I will surely I'll make 10,000 gold, right? But, you know, when 500 people have this exact same build by tomorrow, it will be of no surprise to anybody that the basic chest enchants will be worth pennies. Which is a bit of a moral dilemma for me about these kind of videos. It's kind of why I steer clear a lot of the farming videos, personally. Not that I don't think they're not helpful for people, but I think it's kind of like short-term wins, which feels different. If you don't get the 10k, K-Chak will cover the difference. It's got the K-Chak seal of approval stamped. That'd be quite funny. Good little video though. His channel's popping right now. His channel's absolutely rocking right now. Wish him the best of luck with it. I've seriously slacked on YouTube over the last few months, and I know it. I like streaming too much. It's an affliction. You guys are just too entertaining. Pizza is done though. I am now fully replenished. Oh, craft speeds have dropped off. Alright, I'm bored making bolts. Let's get a quick cancel scan on the go. It's nice when there's not actually that much to cancel. Good indication that shit's flying off the shelves. I was already doing this for Defenders, March and Authority of the Storms on a couple of characters. Yeah, I mean, those who have a rough understanding of what's going on in the first place will have probably already got most of that sort of set up and running. I'm mostly leaving the old army sort of stuff to a period where I'm not able to mass produce and sell quality 3s. Once the quality 3 markets crumble, which I suspect will still be, I reckon there'll still be some reasonable money in them for a couple of weeks. But once they start to crumble, I'll just liquidate and cash out. And hopefully by that point I'll have been in, not just in profit, but in pretty sizable profit. I can't lie. I'm kind of half planning for a Factorio week in the not too distant future. At least when the expansion comes out. That's still a few weeks away though. Right, where's the... This is where I'll find out I've got pizza all over my face or something stupid. Are we all... Nah, we're good. Could do with a shave, but we're good. You know you spend too much time streaming when you use a scene on OBS to check your own face. Right. What are we selling? Flasks. Yeah, what's the flasks market looking like? Are we looking 820? 820 on the Chaos flasks. Big boy flasks are sat at 1200. Okay. I think we're kind of prepped and ready for the most part for some silliness this evening. So the 168-hour stream will be a reality after all. 7-day Factorio marathon. Space Age marathon. I think that would actually kill me. Quite genuinely. That'd be the nail in the coffin. Right, can we do something more interesting than making bolts? Even I'm bored of making bolts now. Let's get them sent over, because there's no point having them knocking about. Some of those. Some processing of just general stuff I need to do. What have we got in the war bank? Let's see if we can target something that I've got in the war bank that I have an excess of and make something with it. Shit, what's going on with gems today? I've got boatloads of gems knocking about. Have these gone boom yet? I'm still holding these because I'm waiting for gems to explode. Same with all of this ore. Now, I kind of have the option, and there's part of me that says I should probably just sell it all, because it's at a profit already, just flipping the materials. Especially if I'm not doing anything particularly with it. That's where materials start to get a bit risky, when you're sat on them and you're not actually doing anything with them. Those quality 3 inks aren't doing much for me right now. Pebbles are up to 100 gold plus. Glass, what's glass doing? See, there's part of me that says I'm going to use that glass. I'm going to hoover up all of that glass to make vials at some point. We don't have too many crushed gemstones. Price on these is still pretty tasty. Oh, I'm taking a bit of a beating on the quality 1 crushed gemstones though. Oh, in fact, I didn't buy most of these. My smart average buy price is a lie. Okay, I'm not actually too worried about any of that. In that case, most of that can sit there. It's either do some prospecting. I could stand around and do some prospecting and get some more gems prepared and ready, I suppose. That's an option. Or, annoyingly, it might be to continue making bolts. Glass is around 100 gold today. It's glass popping, is it? Glittering glass. Holy shit. Yeah. Alright. Well, there's part of me that's kind of happy that I actually have some already. Because that means if it goes loopy-doopy, then I don't have to pay loopy-doopy prices. Whoa, hello, what's going on with Sanctifieds? We had a bit of a cheeky reset on Sanctifieds now, nearly 7k a piece. I knew these would start getting hoovered. In fact, it seems that a lot of people have cancelled their auctions and likely reposted them higher. Is that an indication that we need to have a little look at blacksmithing? We kind of, we didn't focus on blacksmithing too much this morning because it was still a bit squishy. I think his wife might divorce him after that too. Yeah, I think a 168-hour Factorio stream would do quite a lot of harm for me, if I'm honest. I don't think it'd be fun. I still got 400 sanctified alloys though. If they go up by 1,000 gold, if they go up by even 1,000 gold a piece, that's an extra token of profit, which is nice. I could probably do with some more though. Let's have a look then, shall we?
I have an extended supply.
There was a good reason why I wasn't playing with it earlier, and I can't remember what the good reason was. So, basics. Okay. Yeah, I was contemplating what the situation with bismuth is. It's very clear to me now that people are taking quality 2 bismuth and converting it into quality 3. That's what's creating a steady supply of quality 3 bismuth. Is bismuth actually 50 gold a piece? Yeah, and every 1 gold more you pay is 5 gold more on top of your 250. So yeah, by the time yeah, this is exactly 5 times the price minus auction house fee. So I don't think we're going to see bismuth going much different until either of these prices change much. So, I can say with some certainty that the bismuth price is relatively solid for a few hours. Meaning, in fact, flipping out, I've got 7,000 quality 1 bismuth. Where did this come from? Oh, I've got quality 1 and quality 2 bismuth coming out my ears. If that's the situation, we should probably do something with it. I should probably make it into alloys all the same. Why have I got so much quality 1 bismuth? What have I bought this for then? What have I bought this for? I've clearly bought it for some reason. My smart average buy price is actually smack bang on what the current price is. Bismuth sells pretty fast. Somebody comes in, hoovers up a few thousand at a time. Yeah, exactly. Most people who are going to be buying it are going to be buying it 5, 10k at a time. So realistically, actually, these numbers is only good enough for like 20 people to come up and have some. Maybe it's not as safe as I think. I don't know. I don't know what the play is there. Let's take a look. Considering I have the ability to produce things at quality 3, I should focus on that market, really. It's also going to be the market that's more likely to get flipped on its head and go bananas. Quality 2 quantity usually forces it to be a bit more stable. Now, there's definitely room there to make some profits on the Ironclaw alloys at Q2. This is what confuses me, though. The difference between Q2 Ironclaw alloys and Q3 Ironclaw alloys is monstrous. Yet, when you look at Sanctified alloys, all three prices are like borderline exactly the same.
Just glad to see me. Both, I hope.
Which is so weird to me. Like, I don't get why Sanctified alloys at quality 3 aren't significantly more expensive. But it fundamentally all comes down to how much you're getting your null stones and your tinderboxes for, I suppose. The price of the core alloys basically doesn't matter. I am finding it very hard to believe that these won't go to 10k though. Because there just isn't enough of them. 4,000, right? There's 4,000 of them. Most pieces of gear are going to need 6 to 8, so we'll call it an average of 7. There's only 500... There's less than 600 pieces of gear here. There's less than 600 pieces of plate gear here. With the current supply. And I mean, these numbers are pathetic. Like, these numbers are actually silly. But it's such a goddamn risk crafting these. Never has... This is easily the most mafia-controlled market. Rank 1s and 2s are only sold by people in crafting to level the blacksmithing. No, well, not necessarily, because actually you can still sell quite a significant amount of quality 2 sanctified alloys. You can still, and actually the profit on the quality 2s is probably better than the profit is on the quality 3s. It's just that it feels weird. There's the natural aversion to press the button because it feels weird. Let's assume you had your nullstone at a cheaper price than this. Let's assume you had your tinderboxes at a cheaper price than this. It feels weird to put 9... Let's just call that around 15,000 gold worth of materials. It feels very weird to put 15,000 gold worth of materials into producing something at quality 2. But you can. And the saving you make on the alloys is a couple of thousand gold. See, that's only 500 gold saving per alloy, which is why, you know, 500 gold saving. I just can't get my head around why sanctified alloys at Q3 are so cheap, though. Especially when your ever-burning ignition is going to limit the amount of them that you can actually physically craft as well. Looking at the numbers with ever-burning ignition maxed out, you should be able to return a profit on rank 2s. Well, you can, yeah. That's my entire point with this. You absolutely can, but it just feels so weird to do it. It feels so weird to spend 7,500 gold per item. Obviously, resourcefulness and multi-craft kicks in and helps you out a lot, but like, it feels so weird to spend that much gold on a quality 2 thing when the quality 3 is like right there. Literally right there. But there's no way to cheese the numbers on this to keep your costs down particularly. Although that said, you absolutely need to be using mirror powder on these, because it's 17,000 gold just to press the button. I'm wondering if actually craft sims... Multi-craft is always a win, but I would equally go as far as to say that the tempered frameworks are probably not terrible use here either. What does a tempered framework cost compared to a mirror powder? Mirror powders are 300 gold a piece. Tempered frameworks, 300 gold a piece. Well, you'd use the mirror powders then. I can't imagine 225 resourcefulness is better than 225 multi-craft in any 240 multi. Yeah, there's absolutely no way that the tempered frameworks are better. They'd have to be significantly cheaper than that. But a proc on a tinderbox or a proc on a nullstone is wild. But of course, multi-craft still wins. Because of course, if you proc multi-craft, you just get free tinderboxes and nullstones. Yeah, multi-craft always wins. When multi-craft is applicable, it always wins. Have I genuinely burnt through all that mirror powder I bought yesterday? What's the cost of crafting this? Where's my enchanter? I've gone through a disgusting amount of that stuff in the last few days. I'm probably not going to be able to make mirror powder cheaper than other people are selling it for, but it's worth a look all the same. Hang on, you know what we haven't been doing? Posting stuff. Flipping out. We press the post button and stuff sells. My god, it was 10 minutes since I last sold something. 10 minutes of not selling anything at our current sale rate is 110,000 gold lost in revenue. God, I need to just camp the auction house, don't I? I wonder what my actual inventory value is. If I was to sell all of this, what does it actually account to right now? 12.7 million in flasks. 12.7, 12, 13, 14, 14.7, call it 15 and a bit. 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 23. Oh, that doesn't count. They don't count. None of that counts. I see it's only 20 million gold worth of stuff. That's not enough. That's not enough. I'm going to sell out. I'm going to feel bad because I'm going to sell out. Real goblin problems. One was not prepared. What are we doing? Looking at mirror dust. Oh, it's not mirror dust, is it? Mirror powder. Yeah, and I only need to be able to make quality 2 with quality 1 mats. Then it's money. Oh, you kind of need to hardcore spec your enchanter into doing this because it is affected by multi-craft. Woo! Okay. Yeah, I am not going to be able to produce that cheaper than what I can buy it for. Because I'd have to be using Q2 mats, presumably. If I'd got a steady supply of ley line residue, well, I do have 871 of it. Nah, it's not worth it, is it? Can you use mirror powder on mirror powder? Ha! You can use mirror powder on crafting mirror powder. It's not worth doing, but it's funny that you can. That's quite funny. We're saying mana oils are flying today. Oh my god. Market value of 108, recent value 275. Sheesh! 10 ley line residues apiece. Yeah, no wonder leyline residue's gone to the moon. Infinite money glitch powder. I've always wondered, you know. I've always wondered if Blizzard are going to at some point accidentally do that. I'm pretty convinced there's going to be a point in time with this new profession system where they're going to accidentally... Somebody will figure it out, somebody will find it, but there'll be like a net positive loop somewhere that doesn't require the auction house. That's what we had way back in the day with... What was it? Some vanilla crafting mats or something. What was it? You would... Shit, I can't remember. You'd buy some dog shit from the auction. You'd buy some dog shit from a vendor. You'd disenchant it, and then you'd vendor the dust, and you'd get more from doing. You'd get more vendor gold from the dust than it cost you to buy the wand that you disenchanted first. So it was basically an infinite money glitch as long as you would just continuously do it. It only netted about 2,000 gold an hour doing it, but of course people had bots set up for that within minutes. I so think that they're going to accidentally do that in these professions because they're so spaghetti intertwined now with all finishing reagents and stuff. My spectre is just all over the shop when it comes to... I've basically done concentration build accidentally with my enchanter. Concentration build after shuffling. Such a terrible decision. I've completely scuffed my enchanter. But what it does mean is there's a handful of stuff I can technically go out there and craft at Q2 using Q1 mats most of the time. And I'm sure if I actually poked around, there'd be some profit in some of this. I am 5 points away somehow. Oh, that basically means I just used Q2 crystals instead of Q1s and I GG. 900 gold per weapon enchant. I mean, it seems silly not to at these prices, doesn't it? What's gone on here? What, this is probably way out of date, actually.
My directive is to serve you.
Material optimization is going to tell me just to use tier 2 shards. 2 of them. Okay. Well, there's 1,000 gold per on those. It's outrageously expensive even to press the button again because of tinderboxes. But another candidate maybe for tempered frameworks. Maybe this is where you do throw a tempered framework at it. Yes, you absolutely do. You spend 200 gold on a tempered framework and you make 500 gold back. Because if that resourcefulness procs on your enchanting dust. There's 10% profit in those. Authority of Storms. What's the trick with these? Yeah, no money in those right now. 3,200 a piece for the Q2s. That seems very cheap. Holy shit. Oh, this is somebody saying, "Oi, fuck off, get out, it's my market." Okay, yeah, this is somebody's come along with their concentration builds or something. Because that's wildly below crafting cost. Like, actually wildly below crafting cost. Why would you do concentration? Why would you use concentration, though, on quality 2 stuff? It's actually madness. Are people just panic selling their enchants because they expected them to go to the moon within minutes? Is that what's happening? How do you get the Authority of Storms? What is this, a trainer bought recipe? I don't know. If it's weird, move on. If you don't understand it, move on. %2 margin on this one. Something's causing this to be stupid expensive, and I don't understand what it is. Am I even remotely optimized for resourcefulness here? What does the shatter do, actually, by the way? Oh, increases resourcefulness, ingenuity, and multicraft. Oh, well, that makes a big difference. Yeah, all of a sudden that's going to start making a world of difference. Hmm, 1600 gold. You can't pull that one out of the dirt though. Can't pull that out of the dirt, that's just broken. Concept here though is much like your usual concentration build. You get it to Q2 and then you use concentration to make it a Q3 and you move on. I've put way too much into this character to do concentration buildy stuff on it though. How do you get green average profit? Knowledge points, my man. Knowledge points. All the knowledge points. Authority of Storms is just in the bin though. I don't understand why that's in the bin so hard. Somebody's clearly having a giraffe with this price. I can't possibly figure out a scenario where that makes any sense. Because you don't have multicraft. There is no fucking way 35% resourcefulness is going to bring 5,600 gold down to 3,200 gold. Somebody there is having a laugh. And look at these undercuts. 45 down to 35, down to 34, down. Like, there's part of me that's like, why am I not buying these and reselling them? Because that's mental. I can see 4,500. 4,500 makes sense. All of these are people panicking. In fact, all of this is Bellow Door Line on BlackRock. You are undercutting yourself consistently. Oh dear, there's some interesting characters in the enchanting market. Holy shit. Buy them, keep resetting. I'm not invested enough in enchanting to do any sort of shenanigans in this market. You guys are welcome to take any of this information and do with it as you please. I'm going to be too busy selling flasks all evening to worry about enchants, but well, as I said, nobody wants to buy the expensive enchants. The only thing here that could have significant problems is more the fact that it's by no means a top tier BIS list weapon enchant. So while it's still technically expensive, you could actually struggle to sell them if you're not like hyper cancel scanning on them. I'm not sure that's really the case. I'm pretty sure I could sell 20 of these for 5k a piece without even thinking about it, but it's I know a lot of people are not as persistent. We need to put one of you in there. We put one of you in there. Still 500 in the hole. The reality is, is if you spread yourself out far and wide enough, if one market goes loopy, you just ignore it, you just move on. This is why I don't think it's ever a safe thing to have all your eggs in one basket, because if your one egg goes bad, you're just done goofed, right? You got no options. None of this intrigues me though, with its numbers right now. Not enough for me to bother playing with. I can wrestle if there's some money to be made in it, but 281 gold, 8% profit per Storm Rider's Fury right now at Q2. Q2 market is looking like 3,400 gold a piece, which is slightly below the market value, so these have got room to move. But is 784 haste for 12 seconds really something that people care about? Probably at the right time. Quite a way for the market to get hoovered up though. Although, you know, there's part of me that's like, are you shitting me? There's 500 enchants for the region-wide supply. It doesn't seem to make any sense to me that there's so few enchants knocking about. How many knowledge points does my enchanter have? Please hold.
My directive has been fulfilled.
30, 60, 90, 130, 132. Reasonable amount. Oh no, I lie. 132, 142, 152. Weirdly spent in 3 different trees, which is probably not a smart move. I've not spec'd into anything. I was going by the theory that we'll just make stuff at quality 2. Don't have the add-on to show you at the top. I'm 200 out of 640. Oh yeah, I've not focused on my enchanting all that much at all. Which is why I poke around in here and I'm like, okay, there's a few things I could think about, but really not all that much that impresses me. Not a lot that impresses me. Nobody cares about these basic bracer ones. Chest enchants, what's this doing? After K-Chak's video. Ha! Even after K-Chak's video, Crystalline Radiance, quality 1 is 25% profit on it. How's that even a thing? If you manipulate it to give you quality 2s, which I assume you just throw 1 or 2 of those in there. Oof! Oof! Then it's a different story. The natural quality 2 ones. Oh yeah, it's because quality 2 ones are substantially cheaper than the quality 1s. Sorry, I was looking at those the wrong way around. Clearly because there's people out there that get past the point where they can actually make quality 1s. Okay, we're in that silly world already. That you can get enough knowledge points so that you actually can't make quality 1s even if you try. Ha! That's funny. I wonder how many of those at quality 1 you can actually sell. Trying to understand why your overall profit is green. Maybe it's because you got fat bank with cheap reagents. No, this is pulling current market prices. This is using Auctionator. I click the search button and it pulls the current minimum prices from here. One thing I would probably question if you are struggling is in terms of, yes, having lots of knowledge points, but have you put 30, 60 points over here? Because you are going to be miles off the mark in terms of price if you haven't put 60 points into supplementary shattering. You absolutely need 60 points in here. Now, if you are pumping for quality 3 markets, you might not have put points here. Because you might not have had the spare points. You might have needed the points to push into guaranteeing things at quality 3. But this resourcefulness node practically cuts your crafting cost down by about a third. But you probably still don't have enough knowledge points to fill this out if you're also pushing for quality 3s. This is kind of like this is one of the only professions where I basically said, screw quality 3s, I don't care. I'll make some quality 2 stuff, but I'll make it cheap. I'm only halfway there in supplementary shattering. Yeah, these 60 points basically shave about a third off your costs. Which makes a huge difference when you're spending 15k per press of a button. When you get like 35 out of 75 of your storm dust getting returned to you, all of a sudden your cost is like, wow, okay, now it's much cheaper. But of course, these numbers are based upon you probably crafting 50 to 100 of each enchant to get to. I don't have as many knowledge points as other people, but I've kind of hyper-spec'd into a long-term, produce a lot of quality 2 at the cheapest possible price kind of route. I'm probably not going to be crafting much of anything now, because it's too much like hard work for not enough profits compared to me just focusing more on flasks. This is the advantage I have. I can pick and choose the markets I play in, and at the moment, flasks is the win for me. Now, later on tonight, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, it might switch into stuff like this because people will have already got their gear and then they're looking to make that gear better. But for now, I could tinker around in here and try and do some goblin magic and pull some profits out from certain places. But it doesn't seem overly worth doing. This is the only one that intrigues me. I'm almost willing to craft a batch of 50 of these just to see how they sell. What is the actual maths on that? Just straight up use quality 2 gleamings. Yeah, that's not happening. I'm not fighting over pennies. It's funny that I can make them at Q1s and be massively profitable though. That's just amusing. There ain't nobody that buys these at 6,300 gold though, surely. Surely nobody accidentally buys the... How? People can't be that stupid, can they? That's a silly question. Of course people can be that stupid. Of course people can be that stupid. Right, for science, have I got my shattering buff up for 3 minutes? For science, I'm going to craft 10 of these, but I'm going to craft them at quality 1. I'm going to prove to myself, and I'm going to prove to everybody else, that people are stupid. And if I just end up putting 50k in the bin, then I end up putting 50k in the bin. But right, for science, we already know people are stupid. We don't need proof. Everybody needs proof. Let's put it in enchants. Core Alloy Q2's not in a group. Why did I never put Core Alloy Q2 in a group? Alloys. Right. Time to see if we can fish up some stupid. Now, what I don't want is you guys to go out and buy them, because that'll make the science wrong. But it would be funny. Same situation for that in Dragonflight, when for some reason Q1 enchants were more expensive than some reason. I suspect it's bot automation. One guy sets the price, the rest follow him. It's actually significantly simpler than that. It's way simpler than that. It's that the reality is they're completely different items that aren't synergistic. They're not linked in any way. They're not linked in any way. So, you know, people put them in TSM groups and they just undercut. Like, they just straight up just undercut. Like, they don't... Nobody looks at the fucking hell, one's just sold. Nobody looks at... Literally nobody looks at the other items that are similar but not actually linked to it before post. No, they just undercut. They just post. I'm pretty convinced that was one of you guys. Do I know the rates of milling green herbs? Roughly, but your numbers probably won't be the same as my numbers, because it depends how many spec points you've got in milling and what your tools are and a bunch of other factors. My recommendation, buy 10,000 herbs, mill them, note down your results. Crystalline Radiance. I'm pretty sure that was one of you. One of you lot full of the lols. And no way I'm buying 10k Q3 lure drop. Well, you don't have to go big straight away. You don't have to go huge. You don't have to pick the most expensive herb to do your science on. Milling is milling, right? Milling is milling. Maybe pick a cheaper herb to do the science with. But the point is if you're asking the question, then you might be looking to do that anyway if the maths is right. The honest answer is off the top of my head, I can't remember, no. I've probably got it jotted down somewhere, but like, I can't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head. I vaguely remember that you could get a... Don't trust these numbers, like I said, trust your own numbers here, but I seem to remember getting about 1,300 pigments off a stack of 1,000 herbs, I think. But that may or may not be overly accurate, and like I said, it may depend pretty heavily on your stats. It does matter in a way, because it seems like milling rank 1 will get you rank 2 pigments, but it actually gets you less pigments than if you were to mill rank 2. Yeah, that's also true. That's also something to remember. Milling rank 1 into rank 2, there is for some reason a tax on it. Don't know why. It feels a bit bugged, but it's one of those things that you'll actually find out. This is why I say you should always do your own science. You should always do your own tests and base things off your own numbers, because taking somebody else's can be pretty risky. Is there a guide somewhere for tailoring? I feel like I'm watching The Wolf of Orgrimmar. Maybe not in great amounts of detail. Unravel bolts into spools. Take the spools, turn them into bolts. Take those bolts, throw some dust at it, turn them into exquisites. Take those exquisites. Use your cooldowns along with some dawn or duskweave spools. Make them into big epic bolts. It's a multi-step process. My weaver cloth bolts seem to be doing alright right now. This is clearly the Q3 stuff. Nearly 397 a piece. Nearly 400 a piece. I'll sell this at 400 a piece all day long. Right, let's get this number past a mil. I might need to take a little bit of a break in a minute, boys and girls, as it's coming up to 5 PM my time, which means in the very near future, my dogs are going to decide it's dinner time, and I might have to do some adulting for a while. Might have to do some adulting before I focus on selling 20 million gold of flasks. Anything else jump out at me? Flipping hell, Chaos Circuits are up to 5.5. I need to go craft some of those, you know. Whoa, I've just realised I've got crazy amounts of materials lying about here. I've got 1 million gold worth of enchant mats just lying around in my bags. Maybe I do need to do something with this lot. Shit, I didn't realise I had quite so much of this lying about. This is a use it or lose it situation. I paid a good price for this though. On the premise that I paid a good price for it, do I either just resell it or do I... You know what we use that for? Okay, that lot's going in the war bank. You know why? Because I think that's going to get used by tailoring. I think my exquisite bolts are going to hoover up some of this dust.
I have an extended supply
Let
of
me
goods
put...
for outlanders.
I'll keep some of the basic stuff in my bags. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but... if it works, it's not crazy.
My directive has been fulfilled.
$8.47. I was pretty chilling last night for a good few hours at about 3 mil an hour. I reckon we can double that tonight when everybody starts going off doing their Mythic Plus and raiding. I reckon we can double that. Oh, I need to, because I need to recuperate some of this gold. I thought the first couple of weeks were expensive. Flipping doing all that shuffling. Why are all the alts hunters? Why would all the alts be anything other than hunters? I answer your question with a question. I still need to go and get the Assembly of the Deeps at Renown 12, you know. That should be pretty high on my to-do list, to be fair, but... I was looking at... What was I looking at? Has anybody else noticed, by the way, that this Inventor's Ghillie buff only ticks down whilst you're logged in? I've had almost a permanent 12-hour buff on this, and I think I've pressed the invent button like once. Because I never spend more than 20 minutes on the character in any one time. And it doesn't work, it's bugged. Oh, is it really? Does it straight up just not even work? Oh, okay.
I have calibrated.
Maybe it doesn't matter if it sits there 24/7 then if it doesn't work. Oh, of course Chaos Circuits are going up. Chaos Circuits have gone up because Null Stones have gone up. Of course they have. Another one of those scenarios where why the Christ on a bicycle would you be making these at any less than quality 3? But clearly some people are, because there's still a shitload of quality 2s. %20 margin still on making these at Q3. What's going to be more worthwhile to me? Using some of my null stones on... Do I use some of my null stones just making chaos circuits for just a little something else to sell? Why would I not right now? Why would I not take 1,000 gold profit per... It's 20%. You can't argue with 20%. And it's more than 20% for me because I got my null stones at a reasonable price. So I don't technically even need to buy the expensive null stones to do this. Why would I not take 20%? I'll buy 300,000 gold and null stones. However many that ends up being. 60? 50?
Return.
That's got to be science, right?
Inventory again.
Actually, I'm going to need some... Gonna need what? 250 of this. Oh, you son of a. Oh no, I don't need 250, do I? I need 150.
My thanks for your patronage.
And at least this isn't then even using all of my cheaply acquired null stones. Did I have knowledge points in the bag there? I don't even know. I've been playing this game already too much today. I noticed this about 5... If we get like 5-6 hours into the stream, my ability to actually think straight seems to disappear pretty quickly. Is the shenanigans on this anywhere? It's also one of those where I'm thinking that mirror powder's not a terrible choice either. Mirror powder's actually not a terrible choice. Do I have a shitload of mirror powder anywhere? No, I looked at this a minute ago and decided I need more of it, didn't I? How much profit's on that when you sell multi-millions an hour? Well, I tend to not bother doing anything unless there's at least 10% profit on it.
Is to serve
The diversification means I don't have to fight for single-digit margins. I can just pick areas that are a little bit more profitable. So I would kind of half suspect it's about between 15 and 20%. I would guess. Until you fully liquidate and stop reinvesting in buying more materials and crafting more, though, it's hard to kind of gauge. Your graph tends to go up when you stop buying stuff and then just sell everything, which I'm not very good at doing. I tend to wait until I wait until the craziness has stopped being crazy before I do that. Well, I'm going to assume that quality 2 then. Is my... Yeah, set up for multi-craft, that's fine. What that's not going to allow me to do is take advantage of any of my resource procs on the null stones, but if we get resource procs on the null stones, we'll just sell the null stones. So that should be good for 50 of those. Slap some of that on there. Yeah, that's an extra 4%. We'll take it. We're claiming that this is bugged. What happens if I cancel this off, do the numbers change? 19, 15. Oh, I can't even tick it off. Oh, it's totally screwed, isn't it? What happens if we just do it again? Yeah, it just doesn't work. Alright, fine. 50, go. 50 times 1.5, I don't know, that's like another 75k or something, isn't it? 75k or so. How's engineering been treating me? It's not been a big hitter for me. I spec'd into making parts and selling parts. I haven't been doing any of the sort of pilfering business. It's definitely done better for others. Yeah, I've honestly not used it as much as I probably should have done. Wait. Why have I got 120 safety switches lying about? I understand having a few of those for crafting, but there's no reason I have 120 of those. Let's make sure I remember to sell those. Oh, a nice cheeky 4 multi-craft. We take those. Hello. Remember, we crafted 50. We've already got our 50, and we got 15 crafts left. So we're looking good. Looking good. Ha! We found another idiot. Found another idiot. I found 3 idiots. Oh, never use logic to explain when somebody could be stupid. There are 3 idiots amongst your viewers. Well, I deliberately didn't say anything about it for a while. Just let it cook. I mean, I don't care if you buy my auctions. What do I care? Do you use mirror powder on everything that can multi-craft? No. You can only get away with using mirror powder on crafts that are seriously expensive per button press. I don't know where the cutoff is mathematically, but if it's not costing you, it needs to be costing you at least 5k to press the button in the first place before using finishing reagents is worth it. Because you got to remember that it's like 200-300 gold for your mirror powder. You got to buy that. So the increase in chance of multi-craft has to produce something that when it does multi-craft is worth like at least 10 times the cost of your mirror powder. So there is maths behind it, but on big ticket items I'm tending to at least have a little look. So, stuff where you're using null stones, and these are 5k a piece. Sanctified alloys, it's 20k just to press the button, for example. So, in that sort of scenario, big ticket items, you can justify using finishing reagents. But not strictly everywhere, no. The okay, we had 5 resourcefulness procs on the nullstones, which I think actually was quite nice. 5 out of 50 is 10%. Our resourcefulness is 15%, so yeah. Well, the fact that it procced on the nullstones and not the others is I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with 5 multi-craft procs on those. And 72 chaos circuits to then drip into the market. It's probably 100k. And randomly finding some safety switches at the same time. No idea what I crafted those for. Not sure why they were in my bags. Oh yeah, I don't want either of those in my bag, in my groups actually. Safety switches 1800 gold apiece, below minimum, posting at minimum. What's somebody done with the safety switches? Why is there not proper TSM pricing on this sort of stuff? Why is my give me proper tooltips? Why have I not got market rates on these? I don't know, whatever. My TSM isn't working either. Yeah, my app's not synced for over 5 hours, you know. That's not great. Region data 6 hour old. Realm data 6 hour old. Region data's okay. The API is seriously broken then. It's alright, it's fine. Hey, we crossed the mil mark again. 1.7 in dead auctions. 123 dead auctions. Might be time for a cancel scan. Right, my suspicion is that in about 2 to 3 hours time, the flask market goes absolutely batshit crazy for about an hour. So I might take the opportunity now to have a bit of a break, take the dogs out for the word I'm not allowed to say because they understand English. Maybe get them some nom-noms. Even saying that, one of my dogs looked at me. Clever creatures. Clever creatures. Right, either you guys are taking the piss now, or there is actually plenty of stupid people out there. Because I'd just like to point out that I seem to be having no issues whatsoever selling these quality 1 crystalline radiance chest enchants, which are significantly more expensive than the quality 2 variations. Crazy shit do happen. million worth of enchants in 5 minutes. I'm waiting for flasks to, like, go boom. Oh, oh. Does that mean that they're at, like, 4k apiece? Rank 1's always the cheapest, yeah, right. I feel bad for those people that pick the middle option, only looking at price, and then end up with a quality one. I wonder how many of them get relisted on the auction house, you know. Biggest move of my Goblin life, 2.8 mil worth of reagents. Filtered it through alchemy, got 7.2 mil out. Go on. Nice. Over 2x on your investment. Love that stuff. Love that. Who thought it'd be a good idea to go from like 4170 down to 4,000 in one go? What absolute donkeys. It's alright. We'll play the game. It's fine. Reagents went up 50% from yesterday. 400 Blasphemites now. Yeah, I feel sorry for those people who went hard on Blasphemites. Because I really don't think... it's such a byproduct of alchemy now. I mean, I've literally not paid any attention to what the hell it is. I can't even spell the thing. Blasphemites. 223 gold apiece. 61,000 of them about. Considering all of the buzz around these in the last couple of weeks of the beta, of people like, I don't know. This is what confuses me. There's the real odd phenomena that I'm going to have to remember going forward, is that people seem to pay attention for the first week of the alpha, and they gather a whole bunch of information from the first week of the alpha, and then they go la 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 until the launch of the expansion. And they seem to pay no attention to anything that happens from the first week of the alpha to the launch of the game, and then they claim that they know what they're doing. And that was never more apparent to me than Blasphemites. It was wild. The amount of people that were telling me that Blasphemites have a cooldown on them, like, literally during the live version of the game. I was like, no, go and have a look. There's no limitation on crafting these things at all. Blizzard removed all restrictions on crafting these things. Some of them weren't meant to be there in the first place, because it was the fact that the tree was bugged. If you actually read the nodes in the tree, you'd start to go, hang on, this doesn't sound right. 2,400 core weight catalysts, can't do anything with them. Save them. You can do stuff with them. You can do stuff with them, you're just not doing it yet. You will probably get to the point, I don't know exactly when this is going to happen exactly, but there is good reason to continue to do research after you've learned everything. I don't think people have figured this out with alchemy yet because the prices are too high. But when the prices of stuff comes down a little bit, you can still continue to do your research. And when you do research, there is a chance that you proc flasks, which of course will be big business. So there is still some use for that Coreway catalyst. Don't just put it aside for now. Don't worry about it too much for now. The prices of everything's too expensive for it to work, but there'll be some maths to be done on continuing doing your research. I can't remember what the node is, and I don't have it to hand to show you, but there's I think once you fill, I'm going to say it's the alchemical chaos tree. Once you fill one of the actual herb nodes, there then becomes the chance to proc flasks instead of potions when researching with that herb, which will allow you to chunk through Coreway catalysts to allow you to do research, to allow you to potentially get some remarkably cheap flasks. So there is a reason, just not too much of it yet. Before I get too deep into any other crafting profession though, boys and girls, I do think it's probably smart for me to take a little bit of a break. Both my dogs seem to have moved under the assumption that it's basically dinner time. So I might chill for a few hours, take these pair out for a walk, and then we can go ham crafting some stuff later. There's a possibility I throw the stream up again this evening. It is Wednesday. I like to do an evening stream on a Wednesday. Plus it's he said the word. Yeah, the dogs are paying attention. There's one literally just out of camera shot here. And the other one's, she's gone into her bed. But we've surpassed 1 million in sales right now. We'll let some markets tinker for a couple of hours, and I'll come back to it in a bit. Boys and girls, thank you all for sticking around today. Appreciate it. I hope you're also having some success if you are crafting, settling, gathering, whatever you're doing today. Even if it's downing bosses, I wish you the best of luck. It's going to be a fun few days, I think, for Auction House Goblins. Not to mention 100k an hour farming is probably not an unrealistic thing to be doing right now as well. So yeah, go ham, have fun. Enjoy the rest of your day. I should hopefully see you in a few hours time, but we'll see. Depends if I just want to sit there cancel scanning whilst watching Netflix, or whether I want to join it with you guys. We'll see. But anyway, have a good one. If I don't see you, we'll see you tomorrow. Best of luck. Catch you next time. Peace.